Good evening, folks, and welcome.
The City of San Clemente respects the many people of different faiths who reside here. The City Council historically begins its session with an invocation offered by one of the religious leaders of our community with full appreciation of our shared belief that we are one nation under God. And while the city cannot endorse any particular religion, we respect the religious freedom and freedom of expression of all our citizens to pray as they feel led to pray. This evening's invocation will be given by Phil Johnson, Deacon of St. Michael's Church.
And please remain standing, and Councilmember Donchek will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please bow your heads. God of justice and mercy, thank you for the gift of life and the opportunity to serve the people of San Clemente. We pray for your blessing on all who govern our city, especially those gathered here tonight. Help us to act with character and conviction. Help us to listen with understanding and goodwill. Help us to speak with charity and restraint, and give us a spirit of service. Remind us that we are stewards of your authority. Guide us to be the leaders your people need. Help us see the humanity and dignity of those who disagree with us, and to treat all persons, no matter how weak or poor, with the reverence your creation deserves. And finally, Father, renew us with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community worthy of the human person and your glory. We ask this as your sons and daughters, confident in your goodness and love. In your name, amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Brown. Here. Councilmember Donchak.
Present.
Councilmember Ham.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Here.
Mayor Baker.
Here.
First item on the agenda is presentation of an award by Orange County MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, to Deputy Aaron Schulte in recognition of 40 DUI arrests.
Is there a representative from MAD here? Then I'll be happy to present it. Do we have an award?
We don't have it, though.
We don't have the award.
Maybe we'll come back to that.
Could we give him a City of San Clemente coffee cup or something then, Joanne? Well, Deputy, come on up and we'll say a couple of words.
Come up here. We'll give you all a big hug.
Well, I'd like to commend you on doing your job to a standard of excellence not often seen. So congratulations on that, keeping us all safe, and please continue. Would you say a couple of words and tell us about, some great stuff. Tell us some great stuff about what you do every day. Come on.
I got nothing. Hey, I honestly...
Tell us about how you feel you've saved some people's lives.
Yeah, actually,
please.
I enjoy it. I really do. I've been doing this for 20.
Speaking of the microphone.
I've been doing this for
Yeah.
26 years now, and I still love it. I got a couple years left, but I enjoy it. So I'm gonna keep at it. I'm gonna keep at it and keep you safe. So.
Here's the plaque. We'll get it to you.
Hey, Bob, Deputy Schulte, can you step up for 1 second? There's a couple words I'd just like to say. It's not often that the fire department has to call the sheriff's department for help, but when we do, we appreciate that they get there rather quickly. And when it's this individual in particular, a big smile always comes across my face because he is no nonsense and gets the job done. I can't tell you how many times you've been there for us, and it's appreciated. This community appreciates it, and I appreciate it. So thank you for everything you do for us. Yeah.
Next is presentation of a commendation to Tommy Harris, retired engineer paramedic, in recognition of 32 years of service with the City of San Clemente and Orange County Fire Authority.
But can you please see that Deputy Schulte gets a San Clemente coffee cup for us?
I will.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
He's parking. Parking.
Oh, yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Joanne, can we do the planning, he's on the way in. He'll be here in 5 minutes.
Okay, yes. Okay, so we're going to do planning, a presentation of Planning Commission Chair. Chair Don Brown will be addressing an update on Planning Commission activities.
Good evening. This is my last report, 7 February. We've done several cultural heritage permits. Approved Verizon at Little Inn, the second Verizon approval this year. That's the 7th Verizon site they've put in the last 3 or 4 years in town for coverage. From a traffic commission standpoint, we had several neighborhood line of sight approvals. We had a public outreach session with on Calioso, which is the road behind Las Palmas School, probably one of our most difficult safe route to school issues. And the traffic engineers, they're going to go back for more public outreach in Spanish and try to help that whole area out. We did approve a conditional use permission for Michael, a mental health business in our new CC4 area that was recently approved for group counseling. They were an existing business there, so they stepped up and came to the plate for that. We also recently approved the Valero time extension for the Valero gas station. And then, of course, STOUs, 10 meetings from front to end. Good luck tonight. For near future efforts, we have the capital investment program consistency with a general plan tomorrow night, which we have to do by state law. And then we'll have another item on our schedule, which is an assisted living facility down off of Calafia. And we'll look at the Pacific Coast Bicycle Route signage efforts. Future efforts, of course, ongoing in the next couple of months, or whenever the city staff gets it, is zoning amendments to conform with the Centennial General Plan, another phase coming there, a big slug. The specific plan updates to conform to the general plan, all that's got to merge together, and that's still out there coming. And then the coastal implementation plan, whatever the land use plan gets approved by the Coastal Commission. That's it.
Any questions for Mr. Brown? Thanks, Don.
Next is presentation by Julia Darden and John McMains concerning the mission of Peer Pride and its upcoming fundraising event.
I'm ashamed to say I do not know how to operate this, so do we just click here? Okay, great. All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Baker, City Council. Thank you so much for giving us time tonight. I know you've got a very busy agenda, so we'll do our best to make our way through our presentation quickly. My colleague, John McMains, and I represent an organization, a new organization called Peer Pride, and we're here tonight to share a bit about the organization with you and with the community at home and here in the audience. We're here tonight because we want to introduce this organization to you all, and we want to share the mission that we have that drives the organization, which is really all about preserving the San Clemente Pier. We're also here to ask for input from the council and from members of the community. We'd like to start by thanking the council and your predecessors for many years of commitment to the history or to maintaining and protecting the pier, including the recent planking project. As you all know, but people at home might not know, the city benefited from California redevelopment funds for many years, and that helped fund the repairs to the pier. But in 2012, the redevelopment agencies were dissolved, and since that time, unaided by the state, the city spends an average of $425,000 a year maintaining the pier. That's a pretty big nut to crack. The city does get help from volunteers who paint the pier every couple of years, but still, there's a pretty big gap between what the community would like to see as far as the pier is concerned and what the city can afford. And I know several of you have mentioned that gap from the dais. I think, Councilwoman Ward, you've talked about some of the issues of the detritus that's left after lobster season. We have a lot of, kelp and that sort of thing cluttering the pier. So so I know you all recognize the need for some way to fill this gap. And that's why we're here tonight. I think I see maintaining the historic pier a little bit like maintaining my historic home. I seem to always be able to find the money to roof the house, to take care of the electrical issues and the things that are really critical structurally. But I don't seem to ever find the funds to put up new curtains, get that new kitchen counter, or update the bathroom. And that's what we're here for, and that's the gap that we'd like to fill. Our mission is to work in partnership with the city and key community stakeholders. We want to strive to fill the gap between the city funds and the pier's needs in order to restore the pier to the best version of its historic self. That last line is really important to us. We want to make it clear we have no intention of advocating for change for the pier. We just want to make sure that the pier is the best it can be and stays true to its historic heritage. What we plan to do is to identify and fund projects that impact the quality of the experience that San Clemente residents have when visiting the pier. We just want everybody to enjoy the pier to the fullest. And I think it's important for us to recognize that we're a subsidiary of Friends of San Clemente Foundation, which is a 501c3 charity, and our federal EIN number is 33-0952861. And I know you're all familiar with that organization and the great work that they do in the community. Now let me turn it over to John.
Mr. Mayor, council members. Through our meetings, we identified several potential key funding opportunities. We wanted to focus more on the experiences and not so much the structure, because when we first formed Pier Pride, we looked at, what does the pier need, and it'd be very easy. That's taking a big bite out of the apple, because you could talk about structural, you could talk about that whole component. This is more or less about we wanted to focus on what makes the pier experience better for the citizens of San Clemente. All of us have a story about going down to the pier or having some real positive pier story. So what we identified is, pretty much housekeeping type things to start with. We're looking at more frequent painting. Historically, we get the paintings done by volunteers, and that's fantastic. But for a structure like this, over time, at some point, it's going to need a quality coating type job. And we've been working with staff, and they've come back with recommendations to us on what that would take, and it's fairly significant, meaning that you would have to strip all the paint down, go all the way down, coat it, and really give it a professional coating job to ensure that it will last. Some of the other items that we've identified are some of our new interpretive signs. If you've walked the pier, you know that some of those interpretive signs down towards the end, when they were new, they were great. The challenge is that over time they get faded out and they get great, and they just don't last so well. So we'd like to get those repaired. We'd like to address the end of pier bathrooms. There's termite damage, dry rot, things of that nature. New bait tables, vandal-proof garbage cans, bird waste control and cleaning, which is always a wanted task. We'd like to improve the water fountains and water stations for bottled stations. There are some other piers along the coast that have done that. We'd also like to potentially add some bike racks, a little more creative bike racks, a little more aesthetically pleasing. Any questions on just kind of that little punch list there? And as we move through the summer, there's going to be several opportunities for us to raise awareness and to contribute. The beach concerts, we're going to, we will have a booth there. Our inaugural kickoff event will be August 25th. And at the bottom of that slide, we can talk about corporate donors and sponsors. So just to finish up, we welcome input from the city, from the council, from the community, because really this isn't a bunch of people that came together as an agenda. This is a bunch of people that came together to form something that would be almost like a voice. We welcome the input. We know that the pier needs work. We also know that there's likely going to be a gap of some sort. We need to fill that gap, and I'd like to take not so much the advice, but to look at what the Cayucas Pier did. For those of you that are familiar with the Cayucas Pier, it was a very old pier. We think our pier is old, their pier was mid-1800s old, and it was literally falling apart. They rallied around to save the pier. Their initial goal was to raise $100,000 to augment and help the county of San Luis Obispo refurbish that pier. They wound up raising, they stopped taking donations, they raised over $800,000. They contributed $400,000 directly into the restoration and rehabilitation of that pier, and put the other $400,000 into an endowment that would guarantee that all the ongoing yearly maintenance costs would be covered virtually in perpetuity. So I'm not saying that's what we need here, but that's already been done, so we kind of know what's possible. Any questions?
Just have one quick question. So I saw fundraising component. Are you guys also looking for volunteer projects or people to come help paint or to do service projects on the pier? Or right now, are you just looking to raise awareness and raise funds and take on larger capital projects?
The latter.
The latter of those
Yeah.
two. Okay, great.
But but it's still, it's in its infancy. And so we don't want to pretend to think that we know everything. I mean,
Could morph into a whole series of.
yeah, the beauty of the board right now is everyone brings a very unique skill set. Some people are really good at certain things. Some people are good at, marketing and fundraising and then that sort of thing. If we, through our discourse with the community and with council, if something comes up that needs to be done, and this is the right avenue to make that happen, if we need to find volunteers, we'd be all over that.
Okay. Thanks, John.
Sure.
Will you come back as it gets closer to your inaugural event so that we can hear more about that?
We'd love to, yeah. And if, in the meantime, if people want to learn more about what we're doing, our website goes live next week, and that'll be purepride.org. So please visit that to find out what we're up to. And there'll also be an article in the San Clemente Journal coming up at that same time. So that'll give people in the community a chance to get a little better idea of what we're all up to. And if anybody in the community has ideas, such as the types of things that John's been talking about, that they think would really make a big difference for the pier, between now and when the website goes up, you can email us at purepridesc@cox.net. And we're really open to hearing the ideas that people have, because we're limited by our own experiences. So we'd love to hear from the community.
How large is your group right now?
We're about 10 of us
Okay. Where are you guys meeting at?
at Conference Room A, Negocio.
Cool. Thank you for doing this.
All right, thank you.
I got a couple of just statements to make. Number one, that picture of the sunset with the pier reflected in the water, that is a fabulous picture. I don't know where this one right here. My goodness, who took that? Two, we did a tremendous amount of pier work a few years ago and did an around town video of that. If you guys have seen it, it's in the archive somewhere. And Amir Ilkhanapur, one of our engineers, was actively involved in that. Amir knows the pier inside now. The other thing is the Marines that come every year or every couple of years from our adopted units to paint the pier, they absolutely love doing it. So, they should be part of that because they love doing
Oh,
it.
absolutely.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and this year I believe it was the LDS church who did the painting. So it's very important that we make sure to involve all the stakeholders, and that's why that's an essential part of our mission. We know that, as John said, it's not our pier, it's the communities, and we're just trying to pull people together in order to get the funds that the city needs to keep it looking its best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you can do it now? Okay. Okay, so this is the presentation to Tommy Harris, retired engineer paramedic.
I asked this guy to do this. Congratulations. Is that all right? Okay.
Okay.
Well, how many years does it say on here?
Maybe 33?
Maybe 33, okay. Well, Tommy began his career with the City of San Clemente Fire Department in February 1984. So a long and storied career. I want to congratulate you on the retirement thing. I highly recommend it. It's really a great thing. So,
You call this retirement?
yeah, good. This is, no comment. Come on, stand over here. Let's get a picture. Chris, you want to say a couple?
Yeah, I just want to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted Tommy to say a couple words about how he began as a city employee and what year he actually started his career with the city of San Clemente, and just wrapped up his career this year, still stationed in the city of San Clemente. If you have any stories to share, that'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I actually started when I was 17 years old in high school, and my best friend said he wanted us to sign up for an ROP fire science class, and San Clemente had this new fire chief named Ron Coleman who was putting it on. And we started, and back in those days, we had 2 men at the fire station here and 2 men at the fire station at the other end of town, so when we got to ride along, we really got to do a lot more than human resources would let a high school kid do these days. But I got hired in '76 as a reserve firefighter, and I went full-time in 1980. I got laid off in 1983, and the city was gracious enough to keep me employed as the city's first animal control officer, and basically opened up the first animal shelter, and did that for a year until an opening came available again on the fire department, and I came back. So from that time, I worked all the time for the city of San Clemente until '94 when we became part of Orange County Fire Authority. And I chose to stay in San Clemente and really couldn't find a good reason to leave. So I was actually blessed to spend my entire career down here, except for a short period of time when I worked up at headquarters in the EMS office. And some of the major calls, again, as a kid, January 21st, 1976, some may remember a large brush fire starting on Camp Pendleton and coming through town, and basically, it took out either 16 or 18 homes, damaged at least 40 more homes, and it was quite a day and quite an experience for a young kid just out of high school. Also, when the Greyhound bus depot burned down, I was a tillerman on the ladder truck and got to ride that old 75-foot Peter Perch. It was a 1957 engine, which was the same age as me. So it was a lot of fun, though, and I had a great career here. And I would like to really thank the citizens of San Clemente for the opportunity I had to serve here. I got as much from the people that I dealt with as I was able to give back, probably a lot more. So the city's always been a great place to work, great place to live, and just proud to have served. Thanks.
Does the chief want to say a couple words? No? Okay, perfect. Thanks, Tom.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the
And Tommy mentioned Ronnie Coleman, who's a famous San Clemente fire chief, and we have Mr. Coleman to thank for sprinklers in all our houses. That was one of his great ideas, and he saved many lives with that. So Ronnie Coleman we all owe Ronnie Coleman a debt of gratitude. Thanks.
members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the city of San Clemente but not separately listed on the agenda may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation. I think there's about 8.
Okay, first speaker is Eva O'Keefe, then Anthony Lafrano, and then Doug Applegate.
Okay.
Please.
Well, thank you for having me, Mayor Baker. I just want to talk a little bit about the increased crime in San Clemente. Hold on, how do I move this thing? Okay, first of all, I got the statistics of crime in the last year. These are provided by Deputy Chris Garcia. As you can see, rape is up 58% in the city. Assault is up 8%. Burglary is up 23%. Non-residential burglary is up 31%. If we look at San Clemente compared to other beach cities, we can see that we're actually on the low number of cops, deputies per 1,000 residents. If we actually compare it to our neighboring community of Dana Point, they have one, deputy per 1,000 residents. We want 0.66. Also, we can look at it in spend per citizen. We spend about $200 per citizen, and our neighboring Dana Point of around $325. This Ocean View Plaza, I know the city has we've talked a lot about the city, and much work has been done already. Thank you to OC Sheriff, but there's still much more work to do. This is a post from social media. Imagine looking down and seeing a homeless man and woman engaged in sexual intercourse. That happened to Jenny, my manicurist, and she was actually grateful because now the bins are locked and she doesn't have to step in human feces. A guy begging at the light near Starbucks, he was very aggressive, stopping each cart and demanding they roll down the windows. I was almost attacked by a guy. He was high as a kite. I was with my 4-year-old. Lock your doors. Someone just broke into a home while mom and 3 kids are at home. Someone selling weed and pulled a knife on the corner of the Reserve. Woman on her back screaming in the Talega area. Subject followed a female out of Starbucks and tried to get into her vehicle. Attempted car break-in. Verbal threat of murder. Transient hit woman that refused to give money. Several times this has happened. The Reserve had a burglary. It was not coded as burglary in progress. However, it took 40 minutes and 2 calls for the police. And basically what happened is there were other threats around. No one was in imminent danger. And, having been in law enforcement for a long time, this is not the service we strive for, but it was a perfect storm. Lieutenant David Moody, again, thank you for your service. We're asking the city of San Clemente to return all police services that have been cut in the last couple of years and add 5 more. Increase police visibility in areas such as El Camino Real, Ocean View Plaza, sheriffs on patrol, foot, bikes until the situation is better. And exercise a 5-year plan to add the required deputies to be at par with neighboring communities. And finally, live up to the city's mission statement, maintain a safe, healthy atmosphere in which to live, work, and play. Thank you very much. Thank you to the City Council, and thank you to the Orange County Sheriff Department. Thank you.
Anthony LaFrano,
That's it? Okay.
and then Doug Applegate, and James C. Long.
Good evening. I agree with everything she just said, times 3, times 4. We are very, very upset with how things are going in the city. Politics, it's a very ugly political year, as we've all seen. The courts aren't working for us. The Ninth Circuit Court protecting sober living homes because they consider them disabled, it's not working for us. DC isn't working for us. Sacramento isn't working for us. No excuses. We need to figure out how to get rid of sober living and stop the invasion of all these people coming into our cities and doing things that are bad. Next slide, please. Right there. So on a separate topic, I am going to ask everyone here. There's a different page. If you can scroll all the way up. Keep going. Okay. Well, can you shrink that? Okay. So there is a petition being circulated to chop the city up into 5 different districts. Okay? And this is what it's going to look like. You're going to have the 5 crime families of New York City in San Clemente. You're going to have the Genovese, the Gambino, the Lucia. I can say this, I'm Italian. This is what it's going to look like. You can just say we're going to have the pink people up here, the purple people over there, the blue people over here, the white people over here. It's going to divide the city. It's bad for our culture. And what you're going to do is you're going to have people come in here possibly corporations, and run the city. And if you've ever heard about Indian casinos, this is how Indian casinos got started. How do they put Indian casinos in Roseville? How do they put Indian casinos in Roner Park? There's not a reservation there. There are loopholes in Sacramento that allow this to happen. If we don't watch it, this too will happen to our city. So I'm asking everyone here to vote no on this petition. There's a gentleman that is for this petition, and the reason why he is for it is because the city would not bow to his demands earlier this year, and this is basically a vendetta. I'm asking everyone here to save the culture, keep it the same, and quite frankly, his argument is that too many of our council members live in a cluster. I personally think they should all live in the same home. I think we'd get more done. I think they'd get along better. It could be the Kremlin of San Clemente. And the reason why people in Talega don't run for city council is because we're too busy paying Melrose and our mortgage payments. We don't have time to run for city council. I commend all of you for putting up with you-know-whose abuse, calling you a horrible name, Ms. Ward. And I just want everyone to realize that redistricting is bad for San Clemente. Thank you.
Doug, folks, it helps a lot if you don't applaud. It moves things along. It makes it for a much more congenial meeting. Of course, you have your First Amendment rights to do whatever you like. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Doug Applegate. I'm a retired Marine colonel. I'm an Iraq vet. I'm a 40-year trial attorney. What I wanted to do is come and talk to you on a non-songs night because a pattern has been forming about songs that I wanted to see if I could make a prayer and a plea for you to do one step more if you haven't done so already. It's really clear that nobody is really taking any action on songs. It was announced that it was going to be closed almost 3 years ago. It'll be 3 years ago in June. Now we've gone through and everybody's learned that only the Department of Energy can move nuclear material anywhere in the United States. Military only moves warheads and armed weapons. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission is working out a deal by consent for the consolidated storage of nuclear waste. I can tell you as an attorney, nobody's going to consent to that. They're not going to get anywhere. And what I see is by the way, I know that the Undersecretary is going to come to 3 Southern California cities on one day next month and start in Oceanside, come here, and end up in San Juan Capistrano. But the DOE City National Tour isn't going to do anything in Southern California. They're going to go to Sacramento and not even get down here. Nothing is working other than people are kicking a can down the road. Nothing has changed except 2 things. One, after 9/11, it was an open source from the Bush administration that nuclear power generating stations was a target for Al-Qaeda. It's even more so for ISIS, all right? The intelligence community does not sleep well when they start thinking about terrorists and nuclear plants. The other thing that has changed down in Songs is this. There were 100 security guards there before 9/11, bumped up to 500 after 9/11. It's back down to below 100. And the security perimeter has changed accordingly, all right? I started out as a grunt, an infantry officer. And the problem that you have out there is it's serving the community zero benefit. We're the closest to it within the 12-mile range. No other city is. It only goes down to the boat basin down at Camp Pendleton. And it's a national security problem. If we continue to deal with DOE and NRC, nothing's going to work. But Homeland Security should be taking a look at this, and that's where I think we can get some real movement, because nobody's going to step in and say, oh, there's no security risk for Songs. That's what I asked the council to do, to consider, and to the extent that I can, I'd be willing to do anything to help make a petition in that direction. Thank you.
Mr. Applegate, can I take your phone number down and call you?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
Mr. Applegate, also, I currently serve on the community engagement panel. I'd love to invite you to come out to the next meeting that we'll get together in Oceanside and in San Juan, and also love to chat with you about some of the things we've been doing there.
That'd be great, and yeah, I'm embarrassed that I haven't gotten involved. I've been driving past the containment building since I got back from Okinawa in 1981. I live in San Clemente now, and it's always bothered me, and it's really time that we stop putting the risk, all the risk here.
Love to chat with you about it.
James
Thank you.
Long. And then Cord Bauer. Then Cord Bauer, then Gene James.
I'm just James Long. I live in San Clemente for 30 years now, and I'm in response to the Facebook page where it told where mothers are being, that are walking their children on the sidewalks, are being approached by, I guess, the homeless people, and told to go home, get their children off the sidewalk. When I called the police department to ask about the legitimacy of this, they said that it was freedom of speech and they had the right to do this, and the ACLU has got a case pending on this. But I use the sidewalks a lot. I walk 5 miles a day. And these sidewalks are along the parkways, and to me it's just a type of intimidation. I know I'm limited to 3 minutes of free speech, but I guess these homeless are open to unlimited free speech and harassment of citizens who are using the public ways that they pay for. And this is just a little insight into what the first two speakers were talking about. But I think we do need more police officers hired to get this problem under control.
Cord Bauer, Gene James.
Council, to follow on with what the gentleman was saying, I've had friends that have been chased through the parking lot. I've had friends that have had their windshields slammed by homeless with the children in the car. And where this really affects us is the 600 block of Camino de las Mares, which is the Ralphs and the Stater brothers. And I sent a letter in late last month, and I said to Ralphs, I said, your store has unwittingly been at the center of controversy in San Clemente for the past year. There recently was a homeless encampment with as many as 100 people living just behind your store. The 600 block of San Clemente has more emergency police calls than any area in all of San Clemente. And I checked with Orange County, and since January of 2015, there's been 1,140 calls to the 600 block from January 15 to now. So it is an issue. Just this morning, there were several cars that are across the street that were burgled. So the windows were smashed in. This happens all the time. The reason I'm wearing this shirt is 25 years ago, I came to San Clemente and I had a job interview. And we sat down at lunch, and I kind of looked at these two older gentlemen. They were both dressed like this. And they were both high school buddies. One was a lawyer, and the other one was a shopkeeper. And I go, I want to live here. But there are things that are happening right now that make me not want to live here. And that's why I'm up here right now. I would urge you to listen to your neighbors and hear what they have to say. Thank you.
Jim Bieber, Stephanie Moss, and Kathleen McCarty.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, good evening. My name is Gene James. I'm probably the newest resident of San Clemente, so I haven't voted for any of you yet. And remains to be seen whether I will. You're taking up my 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
And we're waiting with bated breath, too, sir. Please.
My wife and I had a dream of moving to San Clemente. which very rapidly has turned into a San Clemente nightmare for us. We bought a home without disclosure that we were living next to what's known as a sober living home. I can't describe the hell it has been for my wife, the people who live there, their behaviors, their actions, to include throwing a rat in our yard, to include coming to our wall and just staring over the wall. When you call Mr. Robinson's 449, they say, well, that house really doesn't belong to us. We're just the treatment agency. We're just a treatment provider. But then when you go and look up the ownership of the house is owned by an entity known as South Orange County Real Estate Investments. Its address is the same address as 449. While Mr. Robinson is making millions, our property values are dropping by hundreds of thousands. I could go on and take up half the evening about what we have encountered just in the 2 weeks we've lived here. I do commend, I never thought I'd say anything good about a city code compliance officer, but Brent Panis is the man, and he has been very helpful with us, and I appreciate it. But I would urge the mayor and the council, the city attorney, to do what you can on eliminating this scourge that's in our community. You know, evil. One of the popes from about 300 years ago said, "Evil demands tolerance until tolerance achieves dominance." And I'm concerned that this sober living is going to achieve dominance in our community. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Are you Stephanie Moss?
I'm Stephanie Moss.
I missed Jim Bieber, though. Is Mr. Bieber here? Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, no problem.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My subject is also about crime and reporting crime. As far back as February 24th, the City Council was put on notice that residents wanted to circulate a petition to pass a ballot initiative to create districts in the city. You were sent that notice as well as the city staff, and you responded accordingly. On March 24th, the citizens of San Clemente who wanted to pass a ballot initiative put forth the proper paperwork to the city attorney and city clerk saying that we wanted to circulate a petition to qualify a ballot. The very next night, this was brought before City Council to have the City Council vote to put it on the agenda so that people could weigh in on it, debate it publicly. And I specifically remember Kathy Ward saying she has no interest in discussing this matter. A week after the petition, people hit the streets, the most savage, vicious political hit piece appeared in the San Clemente Times, specifically calling out the people who were circulating the petition, warning the residents not to sign it. A key element in this was her saying that some people did not like the rules we must live by and are interested in harming the city. Now, we were tipped off that this was not Kathy's doing at all. We filed a records request. Pro Tem Kathy Ward treated the city staff as our own political consultants, having them craft and hone this message to attack people. Now, this isn't political shenanigans. It's not like sneaking into the city hall late at night to Xerox copies of your campaign piece on the Xerox machine. This is, in fact, a crime. It's not like a minor crime like not reporting gifts. There are state laws against this, and this goes against your own code of ethics that the city has. A couple of choice key things were her addressing the city manager, asking his political advice if she could be more direct in attacking the petition gatherers. She suggested the headline for it. And the final little zinger to it is she directed staff to, quote, fire away. Should be interesting. Well, I don't like my government firing upon people who are campaigning. And she is correct, it is interesting. Whenever you engage in breaking the law and you coerce others to do so, it's always interesting. If you look at this document here that's signed under perjury, it's a certificate acknowledging that you underwent a state-mandated course on ethics training. Mr. Mayor, were you aware of Mayor Pro Tem Woman Brown, or Ward's actions? Mayor Baker, were you aware of her actions?
Jim, you get to speak, so go
You know,
ahead.
it's funny because you're essentially pleading the fifth, but you don't get to do that all the time. See, this is a serious crime, and it can be reported to the authorities. And so the next time you're asked this question by an investigator with the district attorney's special investigations office, and you can have your attorney sitting there, you can say, I won't answer. But you'll have to answer these questions because it's a serious crime. Matter of fact, you're going to explain to the public that you won't hesitate in calling law enforcement when you see rules being broken. You'll do it straight up against a resident, but not against a colleague. Isn't that true? In the next 30 seconds, you're going to explain how you call law enforcement against a citizen, but not against a colleague. Because I'm not going to stop speaking until you explain that. Mr. Mayor, did you know what she did? Did you know what she engaged in? Yes or no?
Stephanie Moss is next. Your
Mr.
time's
Mayor.
up, Jim.
No, it's not. You don't, apparently rules don't matter in City Hall. So explain to me what you do. Explain to me, who do you call? Do you call the city clerk? Do you call the city?
Jim, you do not get to interrogate me. If you want to file a complaint, you file a complaint. Your time is up.
And what do
You're
you do?
taking Mrs. Moss's time.
And what do you do when somebody breaks rules and who do you contact?
Hey, Jim.
Who do you
Your
contact,
time is
Mr. Mayor?
up.
Who do you contact,
Mr.
Mr. Mayor? Mr.
Mr.
Mayor, I'm asking you, who do you contact?
The guy right there.
Law enforcement. That's right.
Hey, Jim, I'm glad you brought
Go. Thanks, Ms. Ma.
And City Council in questioning our ethics, because I provided here for the City Council and all the residents who are supporting you this evening, your violation of the Ethics Commission just last year in the City of San Diego. So thank you, sir, for telling us about Code of Ethics, when you yourself are a true violator of ethics. So have a great night.
Call the cops on you, Ham. Go ahead.
I think we just did.
We're having a great time, Mrs. Moss. Please,
Hi,
please go
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor
Yeah,
and
thank
City
you.
Council. Thank you for letting me speak this evening to you. My name is Stephanie Moss, and the reason I'm here today is due to my concerns regarding the disposal of marine mammals on our San Clemente beaches. Last week, as we are all very aware, a dead whale washed ashore at Lowers Beach. There is a second whale that was badly decomposed at sea, and due to wind and swell, the intestines of this whale washed ashore between T Street and the pier. State basically decided to remove the whale, and our local beaches here in San Clemente, City Marine Safety, felt it was appropriate to dig a hole and bury the remains there on the beach. I was extremely concerned when I found out the city felt it was appropriate to dig a hole and bury the remains, and the hundreds of pounds of oily bacteria-filled intestines into the sand. This is a sanitation concern as well as a potential to attract predators close to our beaches. Captain Todd Masur, a lead naturalist with Dana Wharf Sport Fishing and Whale Watching, was interviewed by the LA Times and went on record stating, "Burying the whale in the sandy beach is not an option," he said. "A buried carcass decomposes and releases oil and attracts sharks from several miles away. A buried whale carcass takes years to decompose." I immediately contacted Marine Safety to confirm that the parts were indeed buried. They directed me to the city's public information officer, Laura Ferguson, for more information. Laura informed me that the state of California gives the city 3 options for dead mammals: 1, to bury them; 2, to take them out to sea; or 3, to remove and place in a landfill. In 1999, a dead whale washed ashore here in San Clemente beaches and was dragged down to San Onofre, where it was buried near Trail 1. In 2002, there were multiple reports of an increase in shark activity due to the odor corridor that is coming from the buried whale. There are multiple videos on YouTube that surfers, paddleboarders, and freedivers have captured in the area of the great whites. There is a member of the Shark Research Committee that stated, "The shark sightings at San Onofre really started in November 2002. That's when several surfers contacted me to report encounters with what they thought were small white sharks while surfing at Trail 1. After several months of sighting and encounter reports and emails, he began to realize there was something unusual occurring at this location. He traveled to San Onofre and interviewed a number of surfers, lifeguard personnel. It was during this visit that he learned a dead whale had washed ashore and had been buried on the beach. Surfers informed at times it was possible to observe an oily slick on the water that would be carried out to sea with the outgoing tides. Several individuals told me that they had to discard their wetsuits because the smell of this oil had penetrated the material and they could not remove it with any solvents. I'm going to go on. I'm running out of time here. But on our beaches here in San Clemente, we thrive upon our youth being able to swim and surf as well as our popular junior guards program. San Clemente hosts multiple surf contests throughout the year here, as well as the Ocean Festival. My fear is that leaving the remains buried in the sand will create another odor corridor and shut down our beaches recreation due to increased shark activity. I urge you, City Council, to make the right choice and remove the remains that have been recently buried and dispose of them in another way. I would also like to put a new policy in place to prevent any future washed-up mammals from being buried. And I have a little quote from Surfline that I found. Burying mammals in the sand close to popular surf spots in the middle of shark season is not so smart. In landed terms, it's equivalent to placing 70-foot pepperoni pizza between a Boy Scout troop and a den of hungry grizzly bears in the spring when the bears are really hungry. Thank you so much for your time. And I did have a petition signed by over 500 members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Kathleen McCarthy.
Hi, good evening. I don't have anything prepared. I'm just going to wing it, but I work part-time in a little boutique in our little downtown. It's a lovely little boutique, and I wanted to relate an incident that occurred. Our door of our shop also has another door right next to it, which is another little boutique. And this was like a month or so ago. I heard a very large crashing sound, and Urba, the other shop, has like a metal sign, like an A-frame sign, and it was just a huge noise. And I ran out because I also have something on display out there, a mannequin, and it was a crazy guy, a crazed man with his arms flailing had physically knocked down the sign, and we were like petrified. And I brought in the mannequin, and he was flailing his arms and screaming and ripping his hair out. And so we had to do a lockdown. We had a pregnant lady, we held an elderly woman, we had locals and tourists, and we actually locked both of our doors, and we were protecting these women as well as ourselves. I did call the police. I had that all programmed in, and I gave them our address. And then I proceeded to monitor what was happening down the sidewalk, and he was running and zigzagging across Del Mar, screaming and ripping his hair out and just freaking out. And then the police said they were going to come, obviously. They never came. They never showed up. I called my husband, and he showed up, and, you know, we let these people out. I mean, these women were terrified. So my point is that, you know, we're trying to conduct business and have a lovely downtown, and the cops never came. And I was there working for the rest of the day, and I never heard a thing, and I got busy. But I just wanted you all to know that this was occurring, and he just disappeared down one of the back alleys. But another thing, you know, we have that diagonal parking, and when I was watching him, he threw his body on the hood of someone's car, and it was a man sitting there behind the wheel, and this guy was screaming through the windshield and pounding on the man's car. So, I mean, we had a pregnant woman, we had an old lady, we had terrified women in our shop, and no response whatsoever. And I just wanted to relate that to you because we want people who are choosing to come here and spend their money and shop and have a lovely experience, not to experience an incident like that. And so it did happen, and it must be still happening if they're not going to respond to our calls. So that was it.
Thank you. All right, James, would you talk for a minute? Anybody else? Anybody? We have more cards?
I have one more card, but I believe 30 minutes is up.
We got room for one more. Trish Myler, please.
Hi, thanks for taking the one last card. This is not prepared, but I just felt like I had to get up here and tell my story. January at 4:10 in the morning, I'm in Shore Cliffs, and we all kind of have those little courtyards with the doors in the front, and then you got to get through the front door and the main door, and we're all asleep, of course. And the doorbell rings, and so, you know, we get up, and I asked my husband to get up, and he thinks I'm talking in my sleep, and there's no one here, and I said, we got to get up, and we get up, and right outside our doors, we walk out, and there's a guy that had broken into our courtyard standing there, all in black hoodie, screaming at us. He had a bunch of stuff in his arms, a pillowcase, let me in. And, this is the moment where my husband says, why don't we have a gun? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, where's the baseball bat? It's not in the house, and so he's screaming, let me in, freaking out. I walk around to get my cell phone. I call 911. My husband gets the 2 biggest kitchen knives we have. We don't really know what to do. We're pretty sleepy at that time, and we're holding the kitchen knives while my kids come out from around the corner to see us yelling at the guy and with shiny kitchen knives at 4:10 in the morning. And I walk around the corner to try and be calm and try and talk to the sheriff's department. She's upset with me because she says, I don't know what you want me to do. And I'm talking like I am now, probably not super clear. And I'm like, I just want you to come to my house. You have my address. And, ma'am, can you put your husband on the phone? And that really pissed me off. But, so I ended up giving the phone to my son, who's 14, who was much more calm than I was, ironically. So I gave it to him. And this is after he was telling my 2 boys, we have sliding glass doors kind of in the courtyard like this, and he kept telling the boys to open the doors. My husband was walking around the corner, and he was telling them to open the door. We give the description. My husband, they finally, the guys there, I tell the kids to hide, and they're in the bathroom on the floor. And we're kind of hiding around the corner. We don't want to see him. We don't really know quite what to do. And we look out, and he had his pile of stuff just left there. It seemingly took hours for the sheriff's department to come, but it was about 25 minutes by the time he came. The stuff is still out there, and he said, sorry it took me so long. I drove around the neighborhood looking for him, and we were kind of like, but you didn't know fast forwarding, it was very scary. He got away. All the things that he left in our courtyard were from 2 other neighbors that we found out that he had broken into their backyards. It was children's stuff, chalk. It said, welcome to Thanksgiving. It's like a drippy, red, bloody mess in our eyes when we first saw it, and it was just a children's welcome to Thanksgiving. He left our house afterwards and broke into our friend's house down the street. Same situation, kind of an argument with the guy. Fast forward, he realized he's never locked his doors and all of his windows are open, and that's just kind of how we all live. So he panics. He's got 2 kids at home, and he starts locking the doors around the house. By the time he gets to where his daughter is, she's a 4th grader, the man's in that bedroom. And I'm sorry I've gone over time, but she has hidden underneath. He didn't see her. He finally gets he has no gun. He's got some thing from Thailand, some knife, and he wails at, doesn't know what to do, gets the guy outside. The sheriffs do come back, and he was lost from his sober living home. He's from North Carolina and didn't know where his sober living house was. So.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Jane, would you talk about whale stuff, mammals buried on the beach, and then Lieutenant Moody, I'll ask you to say a couple of words about crime stuff.
It's been common practice in the city for going back many years to bury marine animal waste on the beach. We've buried sea lions, we've buried seals, we've buried sharks, and when the whale broke apart a couple weeks ago, a week and a half ago, we buried about 200 pounds of intestines by the pier in one location. The state beach, who takes care of the beaches from Lost Winds south, they buried some more animal waste, some more intestines at Calafia and at Riviera, from what we understand. We did a survey. I understand all the concern from the community. I had heard about it. We surveyed all the cities up to Santa Barbara, and it was common, best practices, to bury marine animal waste in the sand, bury in place. We talked to NOAA, the National Oceanographic Atmospheric Administration. Someone recommended that we talk to them, that they would know what to do. And NOAA's response was the same. Buried in place is a best practice for it. We talked to Captain Todd Mansur to find out, what was he basing his comments on. And his response to Laura Ferguson, the PIO, was that he was talking about burying a whole whale, and that wasn't appropriate, not burying a couple 100 pounds of intestines on the beach. Since then, I've been talking to Dean Ruffner of CR&R to find out what we could do in the future. So we've been having a conversation about it, because if you go to the Orange County landfill webpage, it says no animal waste, no animal parts to be shipped there. So we are talking about it right now.
Okay, thanks, James. Lieutenant Moody, would you respond to some of those stories we heard about crime in town? Thank you.
Well, there is crime in town, that's for sure.
More lately.
The OC Register put an article out not too long ago about some of the effects, what they believe to be resolving, there are some effects from Prop 47, AB 109. There are a lot of people that would speculate that the chickens have come home to roost, because we're basically seeing a lot of the increase in crime throughout the county, if not throughout the state as a whole. And you don't have to go too far and wide, to do searches on the internet to see that it's everywhere. Yes, we have an increase in crime here in the city of San Clemente, but it's not any anomaly compared to what's going on in other cities. As far as staffing is concerned, we've discussed the staffing levels already in the past. I know there has been some delays in response to some of these calls. I can't say specifically to what every call that's been brought up here today in terms of what the reason was for a delayed response, but I know that one of the people that spoke here, we've been communicating a little bit about a recent incident where it took 40 minutes to respond for a quote-unquote burglary in progress. And what is posted on the blotter as the call comes in is not necessarily what the actual call is once you get there. So when you look at the blotter, it's not a direct reflection of what the actual crime is, okay, all the time. When you see an audible alarm or an alarm call, that doesn't mean that there's actually a burglary taking place or something in progress, or that there was an actual burglary at all. It could be caused by the wind, it could be caused by a number of different things. So not everything that you see on the paper is an actual reflection of what exactly the crime is that's occurring. There is, because of Prop 47, it's a frustration for us, no doubt about it, because we contacted one individual not too long ago over the course of a whole evening, and ultimately ended up getting the person arrested to the point where we could put him in jail. But the first contact with him was, it resulted in a release of a citation for possession of methamphetamine, where in the past we would have been able to put that person into jail immediately. We can't now. It's just the way the laws are. So we've had to adapt to it. We've adopted new practices to what we can do with our organization to allow people to be booked under some extenuating circumstances where we haven't in the past. So we're trying to do what we can do with what we've got. AB 109 is another issue that's kind of a early release program, so we're seeing a lot more of these people out on the streets. With the sober living homes here in town, it's just complicated the matters. We've got, if you take an average of 100 homes and you put just 6 people in a home, now you got 600 more people potentially.
Wait a minute. We don't have 100 homes, Dave.
I'm just saying.
Thank you.
I'm just throwing that out as a number.
Thank you.
But the point of the matter is with the homeless issue, there is a problem with the homeless. But again, the homeless folks, they have their rights too. So a lot of people, I think, believe that we can just take the people and remove them from a location. There are a lot of constitutional rights there in place that protect these people as well. It's not that we don't want to, but a lot of times our hands are cuffed and we can't do as much as we'd like to resolve the problem.
Thanks,
I'd
Dave.
like to request some data in the next week. Could you share with the City Council response time? And I'd like to see what the average response time is, and also the percentage of calls that are responded to by what your standard is, because there were enough comments tonight of we called and it took a while.
Sure.
So I would like to see that if I
Sure.
could, because that is either a dispatch issue or a manpower issue.
Right. Okay.
Thanks, Chief, for that information. There was some requests regarding staffing levels for this year. That's a conversation we have coming up during our budget meetings, and maybe, James, you could fill people in on that.
And we're going to have our budget meeting, public hearing. That's going to be on workshop, actually, on May 24th. And we've been going through the budget now since February, working with all the various departments here at the city, and looking at what we're going to be doing for the next year. In our conversations with the Sheriff's Department provided us originally with a budget increase of 9% to maintain services. A 9% budget increase equates to $1.1 million increase to our budget. The lieutenant and I and his captain have been working on the budget and paring it down in different areas and adding in other areas. Right now, we're going to come to you with a budget increase of 7.25% or $925,000. But that budget increase is going to include, our proposal to you is going to include a new patrol deputy and a new investigator and a part-time 20-hour per week crime prevention specialist. So Dave and I, the lieutenant and I, have been working pretty hard on it. We think we've come to a pretty fair place. $900,000 isn't something to sneeze at. Every new deputy we add to the budget equates to $225,000 that we add to the budget. A 29 deputy increase to the budget is $6.5 million, to put it in those sorts of terms.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Could we have a motion to waive reading in full?
Motion by Brown, second by Ham. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Closed session report, City Attorney.
Thanks. Mayor and Council, there was no reportable action taken on item C, conference with legal counsel relating to anticipated litigation. Only one of those three cases was discussed.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion, unless council staff or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of item J.
Did you say J like Juliet?
J like Joanne.
J like Juliet.
Jay as well.
I've got a couple of things. 6B3. G and H.
Move the balance.
Motion by Donchak, second by Brown. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Folks, I ask you, if you're going to have conversations, please take them outside. We're trying to conduct business, so thanks. All right, the first one here is 6B3. You ready, Joanne? Ready? Okay. 6B3, on page 6B3-3. Somebody from planning available for this? Mr. Petchus? This is a conditional use permit for a garage with a large room on top of it. In watching the planning commission meeting and in reading the report, it looks and it seems like it could be a possible living unit on top of that garage. It seems like that could happen at some time in the future. I want to commend whoever's idea it was to get well, you talk about it. Tell me what happened with the deed restriction that's going to be on file.
Well, there was a concern with the design potentially leading to the potential of a illegal unit, because we could not condition it based on something that might happen in the future legally. The commission did include, and the staff recommended, a deed restriction that just specifies to the current owner and any potential new owner that that is not allowed to be converted to an additional unit.
Well, I want to commend staff, whoever's idea that was. I think that's making the best of a situation that could turn poor, but I think you've done everything you can to ensure that the rules are followed there, and I just wanted to point that out and commend you for that. So whoever that was, please thank them for me. If that was you, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll move 6B3.
Second.
Motion by Baker, second by Ward. All in favor? Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Joanne. S- 6E is next.
Yeah, 6E. This is just a slurry seal program. It's something we do all over town. One of the things that jumped out at me was the deleting of the double yellow on a couple of these streets. And I just want to make sure that staff is taking a look at every double yellow as we go through these and ensuring that this is something that we can't do on every residential street, because the fewer areas we have done this in town have turned out to be huge successes. And so I think we should continue with this, and I hope that council will support
To
me.
remove the double yellows when given that
residential
opportunity.
neighborhoods.
In residential neighborhoods.
Yeah. There's a couple that are outlined in here I think that staff is going to move forward with, and I just want to commend them on doing things like this throughout a community that have been counterintuitive at first look, but at second glance, when you look at the details, it actually turns out to be beneficial and slows traffic in residential neighborhoods. So I want to commend staff on it and just make sure that each and every roadway we continue to do this with, we take a look at that double yellow in a residential zone and see if we can delete it.
And I'm here to confirm that per your prior direction, that is our business as usual.
Great.
So we do that, and you have the background in there, and so we are continuing to do that per your direction.
Is there a speed limit where it triggers where you need to have that there? Is it 35 and above?
There isn't a magic speed limit, but generally, since we're looking at residential areas, they're largely 25 miles an hour, but you can have slightly higher speed limits in those. But we are, per your direction again, in our recommendation, we're focusing on residential streets, not commercial. There might be some cases, I can't think of any recent, where we've had streets that were 30 mile an hour, but if we feel it's safe to do so, and it's a residential and it helps calm traffic, we will also, again, make that recommendation to remove the center line.
I really want to take the opportunity, usually we're just speaking to 3 people in the audience and everybody at home, but with all these people here, if you live on a residential street and you have a double yellow line, it turns out studies show, and we've proven this on Palizada, and I think we're doing it on Cornelio, is the 2nd Street? Another Southwest Street.
Right.
We've deleted the center yellow in a residential neighborhood, and it effectively slows traffic down on your street. I know it seems counterintuitive when you think about it, but the net end result is a reduced traffic speed. So if you have kids, if you have people that are in the street, it makes a safer environment. So look for your street coming soon to remove the double yellow and make your community that much safer. With that, I'll move the item.
Motion by Ham, second by Brown. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Okay, I think item G is up next, and I want to just hear some more about an update on what's going on with the audible warning system here.
Okay. Council, Tom Vonnegut, Deputy Public Works Director. So we're close to silencing the train horns. Here's where we are now, and here are a couple steps that have to be completed before we can get there. Now, as you know, the fencing that was required by FRA as a condition of getting our train horn rule waiver has been completed and that was one condition. The other is that we operate an audible warning system. It's already installed at the 7 at-grade crossings that are not part of the quiet zone. We have a testing scheduled for this Thursday with Metrolink and OCTA to do a final test, make sure the system's operating as intended. I have been drafting a notice that we have to send to all the rail agencies. It's a 21-day notice. We're just waiting to see when we can fire that off. It also depends on the results of the testing. You know, hopefully everything is still working well and we don't have to do a lot of repairs on it. But with those remaining steps, when we send the notice and 21 days later, we can effectively, that provides constructive notice to the rail agencies, the freight passenger, that they have to stop routine sounding of train horns at the other 7 crossings that are currently not in the quiet zone. They still can, the operator has the discretion if there's a safety issue, but routine sounding would stop. And right now, our target, if everything goes well, is to have that happen right about Memorial Day. It all depends, though, on the test that's scheduled for this Wednesday. So if it's not Memorial Day, it'll be shortly thereafter. And the agreement before you, which is this item, is the agreement with Metrolink that basically says, you know, the city is going to maintain that. They have some obligations, and the effect of this train horn rule waiver will be that the 7 crossings that will be included, plus the 2 that are already under a quiet zone, means that you shouldn't hear routine sounding of train horns through the entire length of San Clemente.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, Tom, for the update. We can't, that's a ribbon I can't wait to cut.
We'll keep you posted.
All right, with that, I'll move the item. Motion by Baker, second by Doncheck. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Any opposed? No.
No, I just want to commend Councilwoman Doncheck on this one. She's been the one who's been leading the efforts on that, and over 6 years? 7.
Since 2008. 8.
That's 8 years. Wow. And so for 8 years, been
I was a
pursuing the
teenager
item.
at the time.
I was, yeah. But she's been the one who's been bird dogging it the entire time, and it comes to fruition. Let's hope it's wonderful and quiet, and, you know, we never even think about it again.
Well, if it goes as Tom outlines it, we're going to time the ribbon cutting so that a train is actually going by, and we'll be at a pedestrian crossing near North Beach so we can all hear the 80 decibel. Yeah, yeah. But thank you for that. You've also been involved for the last
Fireworks? Are
third
there,
of-
Yeah, 4
Since
years.
halftime,
Yeah,
since
yeah,
halftime,
yeah.
yeah.
are there fireworks involved also?
Would you like fireworks,
Yeah,
Mayor?
Okay, now on to item H, thank you. This is a report prepared by the city manager about a very popular subject. And James, will you talk about this for just a second?
This is just another effort that the city's been making to work with the legislators in California, whether it's our local legislators, Senator Bates and Assemblyman Breaux, to bring legislation to fruition that helps with the sober living home issue in California, and specifically in San Clemente. So we've been reaching out to them and working with Bates and Breaux's offices and trying to move things. It's a difficult topic in Sacramento because the sober living homes have such a strong lobby in Sacramento, but we continue to plug along with it.
So if you're interested in this, folks, this is item 6H in tonight's agenda, and you can pull it up on your computer later and read about it, but the city council is unanimously in favor of this, as we're going to demonstrate now as I make the motion that
Before
we
you make the
approve.
motion.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to make a couple edits, because, you know, I've been editing these as we
Oh,
go
good.
through to more portray, I believe, the intentions of our city council. So the first one's in the third paragraph down. It's the second sentence, and the sentence states, "The over-concentrated campus-style facilities are more profitable than standalone facilities, and they can change the character." I just move that we strike "can." And they change the character. And then I went for this one last time. I'm going to try again. The second paragraph, I'm going to shoot for remove everything to the word recovery and just have that paragraph state, "However, what was not anticipated was the existing laws would be manipulated for the advantage of business owners to garner maximum profits." And then the second sentence as well.
Say that again, Chris,
So
please.
strike in the second paragraph, strike from residential group home facilities, the beginning line, all the way through, ending at recovery, which is the 1, 2, 3, fourth line down. It's the last sentence. And so basically the paragraph will just read, "However, what was not anticipated from there on."
Well,
We could delete the "however" too, if that makes you feel more comfortable as well.
James, you have any thoughts on that? Okay.
If you're going to leave however in there, that's a pivot. So
that's
you
what I
have to
said. I'm
have,
comfortable doing however.
you have to have the first sentence at least, or something like that.
No, you can leave however out and say what was not anticipated.
Perfect.
Okay. It's fine.
That's it. I think the rest of the letter is well written.
Wait a minute, let me read through that again, Chris, hang on a second.
Yeah.
You have to provide more language there to make it make sense.
You don't like just what was not anticipated, it was the existing laws.
You just have to have something. If you're going to have a sentence doing with that, you have to have something in front of it that's kind of establishes.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You just say residential group home facilities provide rehabilitation and support services in a therapeutic environment, period. And then however, what was not anticipated was.
Bingo.
There you go. Perfect.
All right. Joanne, you good with that? You got that?
So that the sentence read, residential group home facilities provide rehabilitation and support services in a therapeutic environment, period. However, comma, what was
There
not
we go.
anticipated, comma, was that the existing laws manipulated.
Great job, Tim.
That liberal arts degree pays off again.
Okay, anything else there, editor?
That's it, that's it.
Okay, very good.
Looks good.
With that, I'll move the item.
Second.
Motion by Baker, second by Ham, all in favor? Passes unanimously. Okay,
On to the fun stuff?
no, Jay.
Oh. Wait, that is the fun stuff. Yeah.
I pulled this item and the public pulled this item. I'd love to hear from the public first.
Who pulled this item from the public? Please come and, I got a card here? Oh, here we go, thank you. Please, Mr. Hennings.
All right. I'll just take a moment. Mayor Baker and the City Council, we've chatted now several times, and we really just want to thank you for taking such a quick action and helping us with this. Just to give a quick update, we've received advice from the leaders at Courtney's Sandcastle on fundraising, and as a group, we recognize them as a model group in San Clemente, seen a project from the beginning to the end, and we want to do something similar for the skate park situation in San Clemente. We're also in the process of filing to become a 501c3 nonprofit to assist us in that. We have an enthusiastic group of supporters of youth and adults, and also San Clemente businesses. I know we dropped off a bundle of, I think, 70 letters today from local businesses and residents who are already eager to donate financially for skate parks. And we also have a lot of kids and adults and anyone who's here to support the skate park cause. If you could raise your hand, and even if you didn't come for the skate park cause, maybe you could raise your hand too. Really, as a group, we love San Clemente, and we represent the thousands of skaters. We see this as an urgent matter in our city, and we want to help with that. We're going to see this to the end, and we're excited to partner with the city. We're going to work to raise money, and hopefully, as we work through this project, the city can also, in turn, help us identify grants and other areas where we'll be able to secure money to improve our skate park facilities. Just in conclusion, last city council meeting, you'll be proud, I watched on YouTube for 2 hours, the city council meeting, for Councilman Brown to bring this up. And one of the coolest things about this project is bringing in all of these youth to see how you can, take an idea and do something for your city. And I know there's lots going on with, the whales and hospitals and lawsuits and housing ordinances. And I borderline was like, gosh, I don't want to waste their time with this skate park thing and speaking. But as a middle school teacher in San Clemente, I don't think there's anything more important than the youth of San Clemente. And that's what this project is for our youth, for our kids, for our families. And this is going to be a project that is going to be something great for our citizens for generations to come. And with the hospital thing, I was thinking if we break enough bones at the new skate park, right? That'll help maybe convince our hospital to stay in San Clemente. So, anyways, thank you for what you're doing for us. We appreciate it. If you have any questions, you can You gotta ask us
I
now.
have a quick one about your logo. What is on the flag, you've got a skateboard with a shovel and a skateboard with a hammer.
Oh, isn't that cool?
Yeah, what does that mean?
It's just like it's like build the skate park with the shovel and the hammer.
It's really cool.
That was done by San Clemente longtime local Joey Jorgensen, who, yeah.
Nicely
Yeah,
done.
it's kind of cool, huh?
Yeah.
And the SCSE is for San Clemente Skate Park Coalition. So anyways, we appreciate it. We're excited. We see this as a long-term thing. You know, after these parks are built, we want to also help just in fundraising for maintenance and upkeep of the parks as well. We're going to work with the skate park, San Clemente Skate Contest this year in September. I think it's going to be a great thing. So thank you. We appreciate it.
Bob, I'd like to say a couple words on this one. So I don't know how many people are aware, but for me, this thing started a couple years ago when I had a couple of residents came to me and asked me, hey, how do we get a bigger, better skate park? And the first thing that we did as a council is last year we appointed Nick Gates to the Beaches, Parks, and Rec Committee. And Nick, for those of you who don't know, is the manager at the Edney Skate Park.
Yeah,
up
he's
in Lake
really
Forest.
good.
So I saw him as a tremendous asset for the community to start moving the skate movement forward and getting some traction on the ground. And then for you guys, this group to come along, I think is just perfect timing. And what's fantastic about it is this coming soon, right, Pam? We're having the Park Master Plan survey going to come out, where the city's going to ask the residents, what do we think we need as far as park amenities go? And this right here is a perfect example of residents speaking up. We don't have to have a survey because we know residents want more skate park facilities. And so for you guys to come out and voice that opinion and get behind it and make something happen, I applaud you guys and thank you guys for making San Clemente better. It's awesome.
Thanks. Thank you very much. All right.
Mayor, I pulled this item. I would appreciate Dave coming out and speaking this, especially all the young skaters who showed up today. From our perspective, this is a no-brainer. It's obviously is a great community need, and more importantly, it's amenity that I think our youth deserve. And so I'm hopeful, and we'll be engaged with the coalition moving forward. But this is a vote of confidence for them. We hope that they'll be able to marshal support behind them, and they should rest confident knowing the city will step up when the time comes and the opportunity presents itself. So, Pam, I just wanted to get from staff and a little bit of information about what this letter means and how it hopes to roll forward from a Beaches, Parks, and Rec perspective.
Well, I think this solidifies the relationship between the city and the San Clemente Skate Park Coalition. I think it means also is that they're not acting out against the city and rebelling against the city, and they're really working with us and making sure that this is a cohesive plan, and they've been great to work with, and so I think we're very fortunate that we have this group. And I think with the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan, we will be seeing what kind of need there is besides the skate park that we have, what improvements may be needed at that park, but also if there's other skate parks that might be needed in the city. So they'll be there to help support that.
Thanks, Pam. Thanks,
You're
Dave.
welcome.
And thanks, guys, for coming tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
With that, I'll move the item.
Motion by Brown, second by Ham. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously.
The public hearing process includes a staff presentation,
We'll be back at 20 up. All right, folks, we're going to reconvene the meeting, please. Please, Joanne.
The public hearing process. Hello?
Folks, please, if you're having a conversation, please take it outside. Thank you.
The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. The first public hearing is to consider objections or protests, if any, to the proposed abatement of weeds, rubbish, refuse, and dirt upon streets, sidewalks, parkways, and private property within the City of San Clemente.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Tonight we're bringing before you the order to abate for weed abatement. Back in March 15th, we adopted the resolution declaring weeds and rubbish on vacant land and unstructured vacant properties to be a public nuisance. And tonight we're asking that we hold this public hearing to hear any objections to that process and order that we remove those weeds and rubbish from those properties in San Clemente on May 15th.
I think you may have just answered it. I think you got the complaint from the parcel in Shore Cliffs that I sent to the city manager. Do you actually clear on May 15th, or is it over a period of time?
We try to get to them as fast as possible. We hit the major ones that we know of that there's issues with first, but no, it's not all done on one date.
Okay, so that neighborhood should, if the owner hasn't taken care of it by then, the city will be there the week of May 15th?
I think that we've slated that one to be one of the first ones we go by. Okay. Obviously, there was some issues with that lot and the area around there, so.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
See him through the sign, did you?
Anybody want to speak about this, Joanne?
No.
No? All right. This is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing. Would anybody like to speak about weed abatement? Okay, seeing no one. You're not all here for weed abatement then, okay. All right, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing.
Okay, are you ready for a motion?
I am.
Okay. I move that we adopt Resolution 16-26 entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, ordering the Director of Community Development to abate the nuisances by having weeds, rubbish, refuse, and dirt removed from vacant and unoccupied structured properties within the city.
Second.
Motion by Donchek, second by Ward, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Did you notice what's in? It was in the pile. I realize we have a card from 6D that was tossed in with the 7A. Do you want to consider that, or? I don't know when it came in. Sand replenishment is Don Kunze.
Mr. Kunze, are you here this evening? Don Kunze? Okay, thank you.
Next public hearing is to consider a city-initiated zoning amendment and specific plan amendment to regulate and place restrictions on short-term lodging units and other transitory lodging uses in all residential, commercial, and mixed-use zones and the Pier Bowl specific plan.
Good evening, Mayor Baker, council members.
Can I
The city
Adam?
attorney would like to say a few words first.
Mayor, is it okay? There are some issues here relating to proximity of addresses and potential conflicts of interest. If it's okay, before Adam strikes out on the report, I'd like to walk you through those parameters because you asked us to be prepared to do that. Let's see, Laura, how do I hit play? All right. Thanks a lot. As I said, when you have a zoning ordinance of this magnitude and with such broad parameters, they can often trigger conflicts of interest. And what I wanted to do is explain to the council and to interested members of the public what those parameters are and how we've set the table for you tonight so that you avoid participating in decisions relating to personal financial interests that you might have. This is the basic rule that's codified in California's Political Reform Act. A city official has a prohibited conflict of interest when he or she knows or has reason to know he or she has a disqualifying financial interest. And as I said, there are different kinds of disqualifying financial interests, but those create problems and conflicts of interest if the decision will have a reasonably foreseeable and material financial effect, distinguishable from its effects on the public generally, on any financial interest of that official. Tonight's considerations and the recommendation from the Planning Commission can trigger two kinds of financial interests that council members have and that we want to walk you through. One is an interest relating to real property, decisions relating to property that you own or that's close to property that you own can create conflicts of interest. And then the impacts on our businesses or sources of income can also create financial interests. Before you tonight, as Adam will explain in a little bit, are three ordinances. These are packaged up essentially the way they were presented to the Planning Commission and then brought forward to you. The first ordinance is the ordinance that contains general regulations that we think you're all qualified and permitted to participate in reviewing. The first set relates to boarding houses, the second to short-term lodging units. And with regard to short-term lodging units, the first ordinance contains global regulations that apply to all short-term lodging units and recommendations relating to what's allowed or prohibited in the non-peerable areas of the city. So the first ordinance contains general generic regulations that the commission recommended, and then it also includes designated uses in areas outside the peerable. The second ordinance then deals with regulations that are recommended for the peerable area, and the third ordinance, type of use that is recommended for certain areas that's characterized as specialty hospitals. A decision reasonably and foreseeably affects public officials' property if it relates to property that's within 300 feet of the 500 feet of the official's property. If you're making a zoning decision about something within 500 feet of your home, for example, then you're disqualified from participating in a decision that could be so close to your house. Now, there's an exception. If everybody in the public, or 25% of the public, would have the same impact on their home or real estate, then the official is qualified to participate after all. So it might have an impact on you, but if at least 25% of homeowners are impacted similarly, then you're requalified to vote after all. So with regard to boarding houses, again, Adam's going to explain all this. You'll all be qualified to participate, we think, because no council member owns property within 500 feet of these areas, which are designated for boarding houses. The yellow areas are where the rezone is recommended to take effect. The cushion around those yellow areas is the 500-foot perimeter. And no council member that we know of owns property within any of those designated areas. So you're qualified to participate on that part of ordinance number 1. Oops, sorry, I didn't keep up with the slides. Even if you owned property in these areas, 40% of residential homeowners in the city are similarly affected. So anyone in the city, including anyone on the dais, could participate in decisions relating to boarding houses. Ordinance number 1 also includes generic STLU operating standards. Since they apply everywhere in the city, the public generally exception applies, and you're all, we think, qualified to participate in looking at the generic operational regulations. Ordinance number 1 also includes The entire white area of the city, everything outside these circles, those areas are where STLUs are recommended to be prohibited. Regulations that apply to such a large part of the city affect 97% of residential properties. So areas outside those areas where they're recommended to be prohibited, or if they're even recommended to be regulated at all of you can participate there. The general zoning ordinance covers these areas. There are special recommendations recommended that Adam will show you in these areas. No council member lives within 500 feet of these areas. So ordinance number 1 doesn't impact any council member's real estate interests at all. Or if it does, it affects everybody's interest in the city pretty much, and then you can participate. Ordinance number 2 is a little different story. These are regulations and use designations recommended for the Peerable Specific Plan area. That's the area that's designated in this slide. Mayor Baker, your home's within 500 feet of the southern perimeter of that area. So when we get to the discussion about ordinance number 2 and what uses are appropriate here, we're going to urge you to recuse yourself and not participate in that part of the discussion. Finally, ordinance number 3 relates to specialty hospitals. Councilmember Brown's home is within 500 feet of that southern snake that you see there, and therefore we've segregated those decisions so that he can recuse himself and not participate in those decisions. I think that's the real estate interests. The business interests and whether those create conflicts of interest have come up previously when you've discussed this. As regarding Councilmember Brown's wife's real estate brokerage. Mrs. Brown has a real estate business. Half of the income from that business is Councilmember Brown's community property. And so he asked us to consult with the Fair Political Practices Commission to get their input on whether what's before you would create a conflict of interest as regarding Mrs. Brown's business. I'll bottom line this and then explain the rationale a little bit. The FPPC provides formal advice and then also informal advice. Formal advice takes more time than we had here, and so we consulted with the FPPC's general counsel informally. The lawyer that we contacted said that since Mrs. Brown if Mrs. Brown exclusively sells homes, which she doesn't serve as a rental agent. I do not see how the materiality standards for business interests under FPPC regulations would come into play, even if the city's STLU decisions would affect how homeowners use their homes. The lawyer at the FPPC gave us a contrasting opinion that they'd issue that shows how different the foreseeability test would operate in Mrs. Brown's case as opposed to the case that they cited for us. In the case that they cited for us, Metropolitan Water District was considering turf removal grants, and 2 directors on the Metropolitan Board had businesses that provided turf replacement and drought-tolerant landscaping businesses that had significant customer base that used and benefited from the Met turf removal and drought-tolerant landscaping rebates. What the FPPC considered in that case was how likely it was that Met's approval of rebates would impact those landscaping businesses. And the advice they gave the director in question was that he had a conflict of interest because it was so clear that once the domino of the rebates fell, it would impact his business in landscaping. So he was encouraged there to refrain from participating. The FPPC noted in contrast that the STLU ordinances before you regulate terms and the number of rentals and not sales. And they thought that it was significant that Mrs. Brown's business relates to the latter, sales and not rentals of STLUs. The next thing that they considered is whether the impact on Mrs. Brown's business would be material. A financial effect is material if the decision would contribute to a change in the value of her business. There are ways that the FPC measures that. One would be if your decisions here regulated directly the real estate business, which it doesn't. These aren't regulations of realtors or brokerages. The second example was whether the decision would increase or limit the business's competition. Mrs. Brown has no particular specialty. Well, she hasn't ever sold or represented a seller or buyer in an STLU sale, so she's developed no particular specialty in that area. And the FPPC concluded, agreed with her that it didn't seem likely that by passing these ordinances you would somehow cause a run on either market, thus benefiting her business indirectly. This is the theory that I just described that the FPPC thought would not apply in this case. So here's a summary. Ordinance number 1 applies to the public generally. Therefore, all 5 of you are qualified to participate in discussing and deliberating ordinance number 1. Sorry, I'll get to ordinance number 2 here, and it says a lot of clicks. Ordinance number 2 regulates STLUs in the Peerable area. There's a presumed conflict of interest for you, Mayor Baker, because you live within 500 feet of that. Ordinance number 3, specialty hospitals, there's a presumed conflict for Councilmember Brown. So when Adam goes forward now, unless you have questions, he'll channel his discussion and try to compartmentalize it so that those of you that are qualified to participate are able to participate, and those of you who have decided to recuse yourselves can also do that. We'd ask speakers if they're speaking to particular properties in the Peerable area, i.e. what's potentially regulated under ordinance number 2, that they tell us that rather than commenting while you're here, Mayor Baker. They'd save comments about that particular property in the Peerable area for the time that you recuse yourself.
Any questions about that? Any questions?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Well, let's ask some questions. Anybody is anybody here talking about specific properties that are in the Peerable specific plan? Anybody talking about that? One person. All right. Well, when I recuse myself, when we get to that point, ma'am, if you wouldn't mind waiting until then come up and speak for that. Thank you. Anybody here going to speak about specialty hospitals and that zoning issue? All right. I see no one there. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Baker. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Abatement. Tonight, I am presenting a zoning amendment and specific plan amendment covered under 3 ordinances as our city attorney specified regarding short-term lodging units for your consideration tonight. I'd like to start by quickly recapping where we have come from and what we have covered so far in this project. In February of this year, the City Council adopted ordinance number 1617, which established regulations related to permitting and collection of transient occupancy taxes. In those ordinances, there were a lot of regulations related to short-term lodging units. And at that time, the City Council directed staff and the Planning Commission to look into some other standards and do some analysis and make some recommendations, specifically on the amortization of any non-conforming uses that would result from potential zoning actions, looking at standards related to owner occupancy, where zoning would be appropriate for short-term lodging units, rental limitations, being both maximum number of days of operation a year or things like a minimum rental length, as well as caps on the number of permits, density and clustering issues that may be zoning related. And in all of these, the council directed staff to look at and investigate how other cities have incorporated best practices into regulations that they have already adopted. So between that meeting and the very recent past, Planning Commission and city staff have worked diligently to analyze this issue, and tonight we're presenting you with the culmination of those recommendations. So to begin with the first ordinance, this, as our city attorney has mentioned, are the global regulations, and there's a lot that's covered in this ordinance. Briefly, though, the first section of it covers a revision to the Title III, the Transient Occupancy Tax ordinance that was passed in February. Ultimately, the goal here is to take out the conditions and the requirements for STLUs out of that section of the code and put it into the zoning ordinance. And this is done as a way to put all of the regulations that would apply to STLUs in one place. That's going to be easier for STLU owners to be able to find all of the regulations that apply to their properties and the operation of their businesses. The next thing that we are doing is we are establishing permits, regulations, and zoning, part of the zoning, for a few new uses. The first use is a short-term lodging unit, or STLU. This is a dwelling unit that is rented short-term on its own. The next is a new term that staff has coined, and it's a short-term apartment rental. And this is a situation where there's a multifamily building. The owner lives in one of the units and then rents out the other units short-term. We are addressing boarding houses, and these are dwelling units that have multiple rental agreements, whether short-term or long-term. And then finally, we have a specialty hospital, which is a inpatient provider of medical treatments. We're also going to clarify some other residential use definitions to create consistency throughout the municipal code. And then finally, we're going to talk about an amortization period for non-conforming uses. So to boil this down, the key issues for STLUs are the standards that are being proposed at this point. The first is the zone density. The Planning Commission and staff have looked at a zone density to be applied to STLUs in areas where they're allowed at, and then in the residential portion of those areas at 20%. To put this into context, this would be for the North Beach focus area. There's approximately 21 properties. However, there's about 35 dwelling units. 20% cap on STLUs there would allow for 7 STLUs. The next standard is an occupancy limit based on parking. This effectively will limit the number of people allowed in an STLU based on the amount of available parking, and it will come down to allowing 4 people per parking space. This is in addition to the occupancy limit that was created in February as part of the TOT section of the code. Staff is proposing that the 2 remain. The most restrictive of the 2 will regulate. There are a couple other standards that have been discussed. An annual rental limit has been discussed over the months. There was no consensus with the Planning Commission on this item, and staff has identified this as a relatively unenforceable standard to create an annual rental limit, such as 90 days per year. So we're recommending that there not be an annual limit. We're also recommending that there not be a minimum rental length. There was no consensus from the Planning Commission on this item either. However, they were generally split between a 3-day minimum and a 5-day minimum. Staff believes that this is going to be equally as unenforceable as any rental limit, and so we're recommending that that be taken out of the ordinance. These STLUs would be allowed in certain zones, and the permit required would be administrative, meaning the staff level review would be all that's required for approval. For the areas of the city that are regulated by the zoning ordinance, staff is recommending, with the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval as well, that they be allowed in the visitor serving focus areas identified by the general plan, which are the downtown Del Mar focus area, the North Beach focus area, and the South El Camino Real focus area. One important note here, in the North Beach area, there are a few properties that are on the south side of that map. They're the residential properties in the L shape that are not technically in the focus area. However, there was enough public discussion about the uniqueness of these properties and their being more integrated to the visitor serving amenities across the street, like the Ole Hansen Beach Club and the casino, that they really belong more in that, tied to that area than they do with the residential properties behind them. And staff agrees, because they are geographically separated based on a hill and based on the fact that they are oriented away from the rest of the residential neighborhoods. As far as our short-term apartment rentals, the key issues here, the first being the use itself. This is a novel approach to a owner-occupied setup. This is not a situation where the owner lives in the unit being rented. I determined that is seen as very unenforceable. However, the situation where the owner lives on the property and then rents out other units on the property, we see as it gets all the benefits of owner occupation, that they have a vested interest in maintaining good neighbor relations, without the inherent conflicts of trying to rent out an entire unit for the renters. Staff is proposing that these be allowed in all residential zones. When they're outside of the areas that I just discussed for the STLUs, there would be a minimum distancing requirement of 300 feet. One important note here is that the Planning Commission did not recommend approval of this. They also did not recommend approval of any type of home sharing. Staff feels that this is an appropriate way to provide this use in a manner that is enforceable, and so we are supportive of this. The next item is boarding houses. As stated before, this is going to be defined as a dwelling unit that has multiple rental agreements. We're looking at this use to cover, to close some loopholes that exist in the code, especially when we're dealing with short-term lodging units now. And this use is going to cover many different things. It can cover anything from a youth hostel to a house that is rented by 10 kids in college, to group homes. A number of things will fall into this, under this umbrella. Because of the use and its focus towards users that are typically without reliable independent transportation, meaning that they rely on public transportation more, we're looking at allowing this in one of the mixed-use zones, as well as the residential medium and residential high. Specifically shown on this map here, these areas are within a reasonable walking distance to commercial amenities and other things that we think that those users would need. Finally, for amortization, and this is going to apply to boarding houses as well as STLUs, the Planning Commission was comfortable with a 2-year period to allow non-conforming uses to either comply with the standards or to cease operations. There was some language that was included to terminate the use upon the change of ownership. Additionally, there was some standard language about extension requests that would potentially extend that amortization period. However, with working with the Planning Commission, we came to we really nailed down the requirements for that type of extension, being very specific to investment-backed expectations, and so staff doesn't have a fear that we're going to get 400 requests in 2 years. So with that being the sum of ordinance number 1, staff recommends council introduce ordinance 1622 as proposed, with the exception of removing the 5-day minimum rental length requirement, which is currently still in the ordinance. I will end this portion of my presentation, if that's...
Mayor, do you want to take comments from the public on these general provisions now? It'd be appropriate if that's all right.
I think that's, I think that would be appropriate, don't you, City Attorney?
That's great. The other option is to have Adam cycle through the presentation and then do the same thing with the members of the public. Either way is great.
Well, Adam, I'll turn to you to tell me what's easiest for
I
you.
can continue with the presentation. My only concern would be any necessary recusals during the presentation.
All right, then
Why don't we do that?
I'll step out now and recuse myself from this portion because I own some property within 500 feet of the Pier Bowl area, which is going to be discussed right now. And
Thanks, Mayor. Then we'll do the same thing on the comments when we get to that.
Very good.
Is that all right?
Okay. The second ordinance specifically addresses zoning for STLUs in the Pier Bowl. This is a map of the proposed area. This is another focus area identified by the general plan. This area is made up of residential high, residential medium, and mixed-use properties. And staff and the Planning Commission recommend that this area be included to allow STLUs as well. And so with that, staff would recommend the council introduce ordinance 1623 as proposed. I apologize. I'll be more long-winded next time. Okay. The final ordinance, number 3, specifically addresses establishing zoning for specialty hospitals. As noted, specialty hospitals are the provision of inpatient medical treatment services. This is a commercial use. We're designating it as such by allowing it in the higher intensity commercial zones, being the community commercial and neighborhood commercial zones, including the new CC4 hospital supporting zone. This is going to require a conditional use permit in all locations. Staff and the Planning Commission both recommend that the council introduce ordinance 1624 as proposed. And with that ends staff's presentation. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, anybody have any questions for staff? Chris, you got anything? Kathy? Jim, you got any questions? No. Okay, no questions for staff, so we'll hear from the public. Okay, first up is Monica Burkle, then Lauren Kramer, and Anna Fedorovsky.
It would help us, there's probably about 75 cards, if you could line up and be ready when it's your turn.
You good?
Please.
Monica Burek. Thank you all for really all the effort you've put into this subject.
Excuse me for 1 second, Monica. Folks, please, you're being rude to Ms. Burrick here. Thank you.
That's all right. I want to thank the city, thank the staff, and I really appreciate all the communication I've received from the city on this subject. I think there's been a tremendous effort to make sure that the community is engaged on this effort, and I really appreciate everything you've all put into it. I am in support of the ordinances. I'm in support of limiting the proliferation of this type of use in our neighborhood, as I've spoken before, and, whatever challenges the city may face in implementing something like this, I hope that the city really continues to push forward in this area and ensure that our children can grow up in the great community in the future that they are growing up in right now. So thank you all, and I urge you to adopt the ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lauren Kramer. Then Anna Fedorowski.
Hi, I just want to thank you all as well for everything that you've done, and you've worked really hard, and the planning committee has worked really hard on this, and being a resident living next to 2 vacation rentals with 2 young children, it's been a very large concern of mine that this just can't go on in our neighborhoods anymore like it has been. So I appreciate everything. I am for the ordinance, and I also appreciate the skate park support too. My kids are going to be very excited about that as well. So thank you, and I am in support.
Thank you, ma'am. Anna Fedorowski, then Anthony Lafrano and Matt Pisoni. Ms. Fedorowski? Anna Fedorowski? Okay, Anthony Lafrano, then Matt Pisoni, then Jack Raymer.
Here's the poster child for short-term living, Jim Bieber. When I think of short-term housing, I think of this guy insulting, calling Miss Ward retarded 2 weeks ago, insulting Mr. Ham on numerous occasions, Googling people, getting into people's business. This guy is bad. I would not want him operating a short-term housing unit next to my house. It's disgusting what Mr. Bieber has done to City Council. He is rude. He is a bully. And if this is the poster child for short-term living, then shame on you guys. He is a horrible representative. He is a profiteer. He cares nothing about San Clemente. He is a pirate. What kind of pirate is he? I wonder. There's only one kind of pirate, a bad pirate. They plunder and they pillage. I like this ordinance. I like what is in front of you today. I prefer nothing. I think the community needs to come first. We do not want people like Mr. Bieber putting short-term housing units wherever he wants, and that's what he wants. And he's so desperate to have that happen that he's trying to redistrict San Clemente and create his own little fiefdoms so that he can control the city. And that is wrong. We know what the game is. He's going to try to tell you that it's for the good of the community, that redistricting is for the good of the community, that everybody should live next to a council member. His logic is flawed. His motives are very, very, very transparent. He's upset that you will not give him what he wants and allow him to buy property all over San Clemente and operate short-term living. Would you want this guy operating a short-term housing the way he respects or disrespects our council members? Can you imagine the disrespect that you would get from him as an owner of a short-term living unit? You call him up, hey, your tenants are acting crazy. I don't care. It's disgusting, Mr. Bieber, the way that you've treated these people, the way that you've bullied them, the way that you've talked to them. I like this ordinance. I prefer nothing. I think the community needs to come first, Mr. Ham, Ms. Ward, Mr. Baker, Ms. Donchek, and Mr. Brown. Adopt it. Let's get it over with, and let's get on with business. We don't want people coming into our community with interest rates being so low, plugging these things into an LLC that they opened up on LegalZoom and making money on the backs of our families, our community, our moms, our daughters, our single moms, our retirees. This is a great beach community, and we are sick and tired of people coming in here and taking us to the cleaners. Short-term living operators are cleaning our clock. We need to out-litigate, and we need to be tough. I think we should pass it and move on. Thank you for your time.
Matt Pisoni, Jack Raymer, and Harry Snyder. Mr. Pisoni, you here? Matt Pisoni? Matt Pisoni. All right, we'll skip Mr. Pisoni. Then Jack Raymer, Harry Snyder, Nicole Sayer.
I'm Jack Romer from San Clemente, lived here 17 years. Wanted to ask for your support. I live in the North Beach section there that is being considered to be added to the proposal there for short-term lodging units. So my neighbors have been operating those for several years, and we have not been experiencing any of the problems the last guy was talking about, but I'm sure he had his own problems. I live on site, I will be living on site, and, we've all been responsible. We've cleaned up that area over the years, and we've all added to the community. So we're not here to tear things apart. None of us have that attitude, and we're here long-term, and we want to make a positive impact on the city. These overall, they do, there's if people live next to them and they are causing a problem, I understand that, but in general, there is a portion here that they generate money, they generate TOT taxes, they generate income for businesses, and that stuff adds up. And when you're sitting here, thinking about building skate parks and hiring more police and hauling off dead whales, all that stuff costs money. And this ordinance as it stands is going to be eliminating probably 75% of the short-term rentals over the next couple of years. And that's 75% of that money is going to go away. So that's, I'm up here to argue for my section right now. And I think we live in an area that we're serving the casino, we're serving the beach club, the people that are coming on vacation. They do come and spend money, and they're not here to cause a problem. They're here because they love San Clemente, and they like spending time here too. And if we've got to have areas to serve them, this particular part of North Beach is very, very similar, if not even more noisy and tourist oriented than some of the areas of the Pier Bowl. So I think it does make a good it's a good argument to include that in the area, and it'll be good for that area over the long run. Thank you.
Harry Snyder.
Good evening, Mayor Baker and the City Council. I just want to say a couple points real quick. First off, I'd like to thank the staff. I think they did an excellent job. I agree with the with staff's not recommending a 90-day in terms of limitation. I also agree with staff on the fact that we should probably not have a 5-day, that if anything, a 3-day or no minimum whatsoever. And the point being is that 50% of the people that do STLUs are here for weekends, and if you start doing 5-day minimums, it's virtually going to eliminate at least 50% of the remaining STLU business we will have in the city. Also, I wanted to address, I have the benefit of living next to Jack, the North Beach Visitor Serving Area. I'd like to ask you to please consider approving the Planning Commission's recommendation to allow STLUs in the specific architectural overlay and visitor pedestrian service focused area. As you know from hearing me before, we live right across from the casino and the Ole Hansen Beach Club. There's only 3 duplexes that are currently active as STLUs with a total of 5 units. Based on staff's recommendation, the 21 total units in North Beach, only 7 would be permitted to do STLUs. 5 are already in existence right now. We haven't had any issues whatsoever, so we would ask you to consider that when that comes up for a vote. And then finally, I want to talk real quickly about parking requirements. I think that the 2 per bedroom plus 2 really makes a lot of sense, but there's so many funky parking spaces based off the different structures and buildings that we have. I think that if you narrate the number of guests by the parking, I think we're going to have some real issues, especially with tandem parking. Because if I was reading the staff's report, you're not going to be able to count your garage. So, I mean, you may have a 4-bedroom duplex in one unit, and if you only have 1 parking space on the driveway, that means you could have only a maximum of 4 people, which really doesn't make a lot of sense. So we would ask for maybe some flexibility in terms of the number of people based off room count, which I know we've discussed before, as opposed to parking. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Nicole Sayer.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am Nicole Sayer, and I am a member of the community. I recently opened a business in the community, and I don't agree with what the gentleman was saying like a couple times ago. I think he has a personal vendetta against that guy, but I'm kind of late in the game to the STLU. But I'm a single mom raising my 2 kids in the community of Trestles. I just bought my first house, which was no easy feat. As a single mom and as a business owner and as just trying to make enough money to buy a house in this community was like an impossible task. So in order to subsidize some of the cost of living here in this town, I would like to rent my house out like during the summer months. And I live in the Trestles community, which we have like really great surf. We have the surf competitions, which would bring in revenue during the summer for me and would help me out immensely with the hardship of covering the cost of the mortgage, which of the house I live in. And in my opinion, it is not the short-term vacation rentals that are causing all these problems. And if all of us who own or would like to own a vacation rental are willing to comply by the standards that you guys are creating, then I don't see why it would continue to be a problem, as others are stating, of, you know, drunken parties and stuff like that. So I just, another frustration for me was that there's, I believe, a lot of conflicting information regarding the STLUs. So I went to go get a permit just like a week and a half ago, and I was told that I was not allowed to because I didn't have an existing VRBO. And in all the paperwork, it's like one little section buried in this little thing that says that you can't get a permit. And so I would request and ask the city council members to forego some arbitrary number that they've come up with, that only these 512 people are allowed to have permits, and that you would be fair and unbiased to all those requesting a permit. And then if that's the case, I asked the lady at the city, I was like, well, why doesn't it state right across the website, only people with existing VRBOs are allowed to apply for a permit? So I went to all the trouble of going through that process only to be denied. They wouldn't even take my application, like, nope, you're not on the list. So if that's how you guys are going to proceed, then I believe it needs to be public knowledge and in the papers and everywhere, like, nope, you are not allowed to do this unless you have an existing VRBO. Thank you for your time.
Scott Hunt. And folks, I know you're having a great time clapping, and we're having a little clapping contest here between the people that are in favor and the people that are opposed. It's rude. It's certainly your right to keep doing that, but just be advised, it's rude. Mr. Hunt.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I don't have a vacation rental. My father-in-law will want me to say, who's been a citizen here since the 40s. He hates them. But I do have many friends and clients that some live part-time in San Clemente. I actually stayed in my first vacation rental back in the 60s. I don't think I was, or my family were, those bad renters. And so I'm looking at the ordinance, I have a hard time understanding how you can differentiate short-term or long-term. If you have people that are not nice people, that are loud partiers, that are disrespectful to neighbors, whether they're long-term or short-term, I think you really, as the council, need to look more at regulation and using your wonderful code enforcement and our police department, which we have codes, you know, for noise regulations. HUD has occupancy numbers for how many people can stay in a property. I actually, along with some other people here, I live out in Forster Ranch, and I do feel a little discriminated against that I'm not in the running to be able to have a vacation spot that, you know, somebody would want to come to San Clemente but wouldn't want to stay in Forster Ranch. You know, only these different spots in town that staff has picked. So I kind of feel like an outsider there. But I don't vacation rent my house. would I like to 2 years from now, 5 years from now? I would like to have the opportunity, because when I made that investment and bought that house, legally I could rent my house out. And now there's an ordinance that you guys are considering to say, hey, I can't rent my house. And I know with the maps, I have other friends that, the house across the street, they can go ahead and vacation rent their house. But if you're on this other side of the street, you can't rent your house, which I think in the world of government, that would be spot zoning. I brought that up to the Planning Commission, but Wayne didn't like that. But, if we both bought our houses in the 70s and you rented and I rented, and now all of a sudden you guys have drawn this line, this side of the street can rent it, this side's not going to be able to rent it. I don't understand how that's fair. And of course, I'm out in Forester Ranch and you're saying, hey, I can't rent it. She's in the trustless district. She can't rent hers, because we weren't on Verbo. I have clients that live part-time in Montana. They love San Clemente. They bought a house here because they want to live here part-time. Well, when they're not here, they vacation rent it. And that's what subsidized them being able to own a house here in San Clemente. Thank you.
Susan Harvey, Mary Jane Johnson, Sharon Brunette, maybe.
Hello, thank you for taking our comments. We bought our vacation rental because we love San Clemente. We've always wanted to be able to live here and may move here someday. If we can't do this, we will have to get rid of it. We spent hundreds of thousands furnishing. We just had such fun doing it. We really want to keep it, and we hate living next to noisy people. At my permanent residence, had some people who rocked our walls several times a month. I could do nothing about them. We have excellent management who is there within 5 minutes. We want the same standards we would want. When I was here 2 weeks ago, I talked to all my neighbors. I found a couple issues that were bothering them, met with my management, and made arrangements to change them. So that's the first issue. The second is parking. I've noticed how discriminatory this is. Like, we're not pariahs. We have a garage and 2 spots in the driveway. When we come with our daughter and son-in-law and grandchild, soon to be 2, we bring 2 cars because babies have a lot of stuff. And we bring our groceries and everything. If somebody wants to go, we back the car out, put it back in. I cannot see why you would not let us park in the driveway unless you're going to make every other resident of San Clemente drop having tandem parking, because this is discriminatory and kind of mean. The last subject is code violations, and we had one this week, but it was spurious. There were not 7 cars at our house and a large party. When our manager got out of bed or whatever in the night to go over there were 7 people watching football. And I talked to the code enforcement person about this. Anonymous calls do allow harassment, and they do allow people who are mad at whoever their neighbor is, whether you live in an apartment or condo. So I want you to think about that. And then we would ask that you would give us a grandfathering in. If we're not having parties and we're not being wild and we're not wrecking the street, why not let us stay since we put all of this time and effort into it? Thank you.
Mary Jane Johnson, Sharon Brunette, maybe? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am here to encourage you I'm opposed to this, and I'm encouraging you to vote to disapprove this. My rationale is that this entire proposal was not really done through normal process, and my comments were not taken into consideration, and it is a public service that we're trying to provide in regard to City Council and the Planning Department. Similar to others, I had just recently applied for a permit trying to follow the recent February ordinance, and it's the first time when I turned in my permit that I heard from the planning person that this ordinance was coming about. So that was like a week ago. I immediately I did not receive any notification from the planning department. I know that they have my address because I got letters about the other February ordinance associated with getting my permit. So I immediately I called the planning department, and I left a message with all my comments, and I have not received a phone call to date. I then proceeded to write an email to the planning department, and I got an email which was very short and concise. It essentially said, "Thank you for your comments, but the proposal is going to go forth." All I'm asking is that this is disapproved and it is vetted through the normal public process. So, being disrespectful, my comments weren't even acknowledged. And also, usually when you're responding, if I have laid out my comments, I would expect that not a short, simple, we're going to go ahead and thanks for your comments. I'm looking for justification why my comments, which were well thought out, could not be incorporated into this proposal. So once again, I want to thank you for your time, and I'm really encouraging you to send this back to planning so we all can come and really give input. We can agree or disagree, but I need to be acknowledged, and that is respect. Thank you.
Sharon, Diane Taylor, Jim Bieber.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sharon Bryant, and I am a resident of San Clemente. I've lived in San Clemente for over 35 years. I'm also a business owner and a homeowner. I don't take this proposal lightly. It is really an urgent situation that's going on in our town that you heard earlier this evening. And if only the city would take the same sense of urgency towards our homelessness and crime as they have towards this new ordinance and shutting down vacation rentals. We would have a lot more solution to our problems. Mixing up addicts and alcoholics with vacation renters is terribly wrong. There's a 120-page, can you please not clap, because we don't want to waste any of our time, right? There's 120 pages on this short-term ordinance that just came through. And I sent an email to all of you today, and I also dropped off a package. I had over 40 of these come yesterday, just yesterday. The same thing happened with the Planning Commission notification. So I didn't have enough time to even notify all of these owners that have had vacation rentals and have VRBO numbers. I also have several clients that have continually asked me, so they're not taking any more applications? When will they be taking any applications? Will I be able to do a vacation rental in the city? Who is determining the locations that will be allowed? Who is deciding on that? Why is it that we just get the Pure area in North Beach, but we don't have Calafia down there by the San Clemente State Beach and the State Park? Who is deciding that that is not visitor serving, but is deciding that the Pure Bowl is visitor serving? And how many, let's look at who is sleeping on the streets. Our sidewalks have homeless people sleeping on the streets. I mean, I walk over to Starbucks at 4:30 in the morning to go to work. I walk by urine and vomit all over the place right there in those four corners. We have an urgent problem here. And so, I'm asking to please look at all the violations that exist today. What enforcement is being done with these many apartment buildings that are loaded with more than the allowed occupants? These long-term rentals that are rentals, I'm in this business day in and day out. I see a lot of problems with these long-term rentals that, and the allowable people that shouldn't be there. So I think the focus on the urgency of the matter of our crime, our homelessness, and all of this that's being grouped in with these vacation renters that are coming here spending money. These vacation renters, in fact, I had one just recently leave. They were here for 2 hours. They were repeat customers. And you know why they left? Because of the homelessness and the crime. That's why they left our city. San Clemente used to be the best kept secret in Orange County. It no longer is. But our outlet mall is, because the businesses don't have signs.
Diane Taylor, Jim Bieber, Bill Robinson.
Hi, my name is Diane Taylor. I've lived in San Clemente since 2001.
I grew up in Laguna Beach. I know all about the homeless in Laguna Beach. They actually take care of their homeless in Laguna Beach. My father is on the homeless board. The churches there help feed them. They have designated a place for them to stay out in Laguna Canyon. And they used to camp out in Heisler Park, and no longer. So they're actually taking some action, and they're helping them. I am a realtor in San Clemente at Whitewater Realty. I've been in this field since 1987. I've worked for Whitewater since 2008. We probably have one of the most vacation rentals in San Clemente. During this time, I have never had any complaints from the neighbors. We have short-term renters sign not only the required 3-page short-term rental agreement, but we also have them sign an addendum that specifically states limited occupancy, no smoking, taking out the trash when the trash days are, and parking restrictions, which I feel is very important. If they violate, they don't get their deposit back. And I also want to agree with a lot of people that have spoken about the spot zoning. This is blatantly discriminatory. I don't know, I'd like to know who drew these lines. I understand about if you live in an HOA, prohibiting short-term renters because it was disclosed prior to your purchase. It should have been disclosed. I understand the occupancy restrictions. I understand the parking restrictions and the trash responsibilities for the guests. But I don't understand the spot zoning. Okay, also, the comments that I'm getting from my clients include they won't be able to afford to rent a short-term rental over 30 days. They will go to another coastal community to vacation. Many of these guests to our community will be lost, affecting the entire community. Loss of business for restaurants, shopping, and city taxes. The last meeting I attended here last month, 95% of the people who spoke for short-term rentals, only 2 spoke up against it. Short-term rentals, we are fortunate to live in San Clemente. This is clearly penalizing people who cannot afford to live in San Clemente. Now you're saying they can't even visit San Clemente. Finally, I just have to say that I strongly agree about lumping short-term rentals with sober living homes. Thank you.
Jim Bieber, Bill Robinson, Richard Harvey. Mr. Bieber's up, sir. Are you Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
You're next.
Yeah, over the course of the conversation, I've got to know several people who own vacation rentals, and they put all their retirement eggs in one basket. That was their chance for living in town. I've seen grown men tear up saying, if this happens, I move out. This was my chance of staying in San Clemente. Good, not wealthy, just people trying to get by. This was their chance. This was what they put in as their retirement plan. When I had a conversation with Councilman Ham, his comments, which were rather flip, was, well, these people can simply take their business model elsewhere. It's not a business model. It's what these people chose to do to survive. You replied to me that you have gone up against the wealthiest businesses in town. And that's pretty noble, because everybody likes a Robin Hood. But when we look at a public employee's annual salary, which totals over $200,000, I find it odd that he can empathize with anybody who might be struggling and trying to get by. Now, that's not really wealthy. We won't say that's wealthy. That's pretty good for a 34-year-old making that much money, taxpayer dollars. Way to go, Chris. Now, here's the kicker, though, is when he gets 55, which a lot of people in this room are 55, he gets to cash out at 90% of his top salary with raises that kick in, everything.
Sir, is this about VRBO
Yes,
somewhere in here?
Yes, it is.
It is.
Don't interrupt me, Mr. Mayor. And don't laugh either. So Mr. Ham will get an annual check of $200,000.
Mr. Bieber, is this about VRBO somewhere?
Yes, it is. It is. If you let me finish and don't interrupt, Mr. Mayor, you don't have the floor.
Oh, we can get the floor,
somebody who brags about going against the wealthy, those greedy profiteers who have. I'm talking about you, Joe. Yeah. So your retirement package, if you die at 80 years old, is worth $5 million. Congratulations, you're the multimillionaire in the room. Other people are struggling. Now, all you have to do to clarify is just say, as a multimillionaire myself, I can empathize with you, but I don't particularly like vacation rentals. You know, I've got mine, and if you're struggling to make ends meet, too bad. Because somehow I finagled to get $200,000 a year and a $5 million cash out. Congratulations.
Bill Robinson, Richard Harvey, James Payne.
Good evening, council members. My name is Larry Dean, but Bill Robinson, who was not feeling well, asked me, because we both support regulation of short-term lodging units, so he asked me to speak on his behalf. Okay.
And your name is what,
My
sir?
name is Larry Dean. I'm later on probably, but he asked me to speak for him because he
Okay.
could not do this. He wasn't feeling well. I have lived in San Clemente with my wife and 3 children for 10 years. And my street in the historic district of San Clemente used to be a very tranquil and beautiful and safe place to live. That was until not just but one, but actually 5 of my neighbors converted their homes into short-term living units, and has subjected my family to noise, traffic, trash, rude behavior, and a secondhand smoke. This has caused us to feel a great deal of anxiety and stress. Our family would like to applaud you for tackling this very difficult problem, which has affected myself and my neighbors greatly, to regulate the short-term lodging problem and help restore my neighborhood back to what it was. My family and I support the regulations put forth to regulate short-term lodging units in San Clemente. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Richard Harvey, James Payne, Jody Brown.
I don't see Richard Harvey, but I'm James Payne. I guess I'll go ahead
Oh,
and go.
okay, I'm sorry. Hang on one second, sir. I got a card from Mr. Harvey, who does not wish to speak, but would like to say he supports grandfathering of current STLU, opposed discriminatory regulations such as no tandem parking, which do not apply to all residents, oppose passage of zoning amendment 15-426 and amendment 16-072. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Name is Jim Payne. I've been associated with San Clemente for approximately 50 years. I'm a graduate of San Clemente High School and very proud to be a member of this community. We do rent our condominium out on a short-term rental basis and have done so for about the last 3 years. I think the city has gained benefits from that rental. I understand from the staff report that there's about $520,000 in TOT taxes that have been coming in. The downtown business district gets lots of revenue as a result of vacationers coming into town, and there are lots of sales taxes that flows to various governmental entities as a result. So there are lots of benefits. In addition to that, I think that the Coastal Act is being compromised here by the staff's proposal. The staff fails to address the lack of hotel rooms within the city of San Clemente. They acknowledge that there's over 63,000 residences here, over 20 square miles, but there are only 9 hotels or motels or small bed and breakfast inns in this town, comprising a paltry 278 rooms. Staff does admit, however, that if they adopt the plan that has been proposed, that the number of STLU permits will go from 512 down to 68, which would be a massive 87% reduction. The Coastal Commission is very clear that it views its goals as to assure that the public can access the coast. And part of accessing the coast is having sufficient accommodations for families and members of the public to come and visit our coastline. In San Clemente, where we have such limited number of hotel rooms, the STLUs do serve the purpose of enhancing the goals of the Coastal Commission. This issue came up recently in the April 2016 meeting in front of the Coastal Commission, where the city of Dana Point enacted very common sense regulations similar to 1617 that this council enacted back in February. And the Coastal Commission heard that issue, but said that those regulations were reasonable, but the city of Dana Point could not enact any further regulations which would further restrict STLUs beyond those reasonable regulations unless it comes back to the Coastal Commission, because the Coastal Commission wants to assure that members of the public do have sufficient access to the coast. I suggest that by eliminating STLUs in San Clemente by 87%, that constitutes a significant violation of the Coastal Act, and I think the Coastal Commission will not approve that. Secondly, staff indicates that they don't believe that there's any California Environmental Quality Act issues here. I would disagree with that. The proposed new ordinances and zoning amendments would be out of compliance with CEQA, and I think that that's an issue. And thirdly, I believe that there is a lack of due process and unfair taking here. I prepared a letter and an addendum for the city clerk that I'd like to be made part of the record if I can hand it over.
Thank you, yeah. Jody Brown, Joe Janis, Chris Guile.
Hi, my name is
Yes,
Jody
ma'am.
Brown, and I'm not prepared, so to speak tonight. I just want to give you my story. We sent a short-term, we applied for our permit on February 1st, and it wasn't it wasn't received in the department until apparently February 4th, so we were denied a permit. We didn't apply for a permit originally as we started seeing the ordinances changing because we weren't ready. We were remodeling the house and beautifying the outside, and we were going to be ready to go on board this year. We've bought the house in 1988, and we're in retirement now. And in order to keep the house, after paying for 4 kids' college, we were going to rent out the house 12 weeks a year, which would help us stay in San Clemente. The thing that I have a problem with is the areas that you've designated as areas to have short-term lodging units, because my husband and I do this when we go on vacation, and we don't always want to rent in a highly impacted visitor area. We're older. We want to be in a casual area, a quiet area, and then take our rental car to visit the destinations that we're there to see. But we don't always want to be like at the Pier Bowl, because it's really crowded. We're on vacation. Sometimes we want to have peace and quiet. So you're saying that only certain areas in San Clemente are valid. We really think that our area is valid. We live in a really high-density rental area. There's a lot of renters. We believe that the short-term lodging units, people have beautified the houses. They made them nicer for our community. I'm trying to think of all the things. I'm really nervous. Sorry. But, you know, in order for us to stay in San Clemente, and I think for a lot of visitors who are coming here, a lot of people who can take a week off and travel abroad and want to rent a house and not stay in a hotel room with kids, you know, or dogs, and enjoy our city, don't always want to be in designated areas of high visitor populated areas. So I just would like you to consider changing your zoning locations and offering more permits for the people who don't have a VRBO. And it's true, another lady did suggest that your website said you were taking permits from April 1st to April 30th, and it is only 2 sentences that why they stamped mine rejected. I got a letter and said, you're rejected. And it's really sad that I'm 2 days late when we've put in $125,000 into our home and beautified not only the front yard and the backyard in an area that people do not really work on their houses, you know, and our long-term rentals are causing more problems in our neighborhood than our short-term rentals. We do have some short-term rentals in our neighborhood, and it gets very quiet at 10 o'clock. Everybody knows if you are a resident or a renter, there's a quiet time. And so nobody has a problem with it in our neighborhood. So the zoning ordinance, I think you really need to think of, and not populated areas, or, you know, outside of the visitor areas, because a lot of us don't want to stay in visitor areas, especially when we get into our 60s. We want to be outside of that area.
Thank you, ma'am. Joe Janis, Chris Guile, David Silver Westrick.
Hi, Council. I've been involved with this for several months now, and in the time I've got to meet a lot of these people, and they're all pretty nice folks, and I know some people get emotional at times and stuff, but a lot of them started having long-term rentals, and they found that they can make a heck of a lot more money having them short-term rentals. And none of us out here are desolate, believe me, and I don't know how many are going to lose their places. The market's at the top, as it's been a long time now, and there's a real need for long-term rentals also. But anyhow, we're always outnumbered here because I think money brings people. So what our group, Protect Our Neighborhoods, did, we went out and walked our communities, and we had a petition gathering signatures of our residents that support prohibiting commercial businesses operating in our areas, and that included commercial businesses, included STLUs, home shares, group homes, boarding homes, and bed and breakfast. And we did all portions of the city, northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast. We got, up to last night, we had 660 petitions, our signatures that we had gotten, and today I got another 100 and some. But of the 660 that we had, 96% of the people, or 95% of the people were in favor of this. These are true residents. These aren't people that live out of town. These are people that live in our town and are longtime residents. And we had 4% that were against it, and 1% were undecided. The reasons for not supporting the petition were, I own a vacation rental, I own 2 detox centers, have friends that own STUs, have clients that own STUs, have intentions of owning an STLU, wanted to open boarding house, infringes on my property rights, and these business needs to be somewhere. And some people said I don't want to sign anything. We do realize that all petitions have limitations, but from our discussion with residents, and these are real residents that live here and don't run our businesses in our neighborhoods, that's evident that the vast majority of your San Clemente citizens, long-term residents, don't want these in our neighborhoods. I did hear a lady who just said that they're great in her neighborhood. Well, she doesn't live next to one like a lot of us do. And I also have something to say about, you guys were threatened long ago, and I do realize that. We get emotional and stuff. But now it's gone into effect, and we're talking about redistricting. Our group is going to be against this because we want to elect the best people we can and not be limited to voting for just one area. We are going to stand up against individual investors, corporations, the Coastal Commission, and any political bully that wants to come into our neighborhoods and make money at the expense of our neighbors. So that's what Protect Our Neighborhoods is all about. Thanks.
Chris Guile, David Silver Westrick.
Hi, my name is Chris Guile, and I've lived in San Clemente for almost 30 years. My husband and I own a vacation rental property in the North Beach area, and I just would like to address a couple of things. Would ask the City Council to approve the Planning Commission's new North Beach visitor serving area zoning so that they include those extra little houses that are there, the duplexes, and because we think that that area is conducive to the foot traffic for the businesses and the beach access, and it really is really close to the casino. And the other thing is the parking restrictions that are there. We are in favor of the current 2 people per bedroom plus the 2 occupancy, but we would like you to consider that children 12 and younger not be counted as part of that number, because if you've got a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, they can fit in a bed together. So that could eliminate if you have a lot of families with multiple young children. And also the parking in front of the garages. If you can't use the garage and the parking space, then that really limits what you can do. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. David Silver Westlake, TJ Orr, and then Aaron Clark. Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. David Silver Westrick, and in the interest of disclosure, I am a realtor, and once a year we rent a property in town for a month at a time, so we make a little money doing that. What I wanted to say tonight is probably the least effective use of public money is litigation. And what I'd suggest to you is that you're stepping into another litigation trap here. You're allocating property rights between people. You're advantaging those people who are able to get those permits, and it's going to be a small number. And you're disadvantaging in many ways other folks who would say, well, I might not want to rent now, but maybe in 5 years I would. Maybe when I retire I would. And you've carved up areas of town where rentals are supposedly attractive, and I guess other areas of town where they're not. I would just encourage you to review the sort of legal overhead that this is going to create over the next couple of years before you take action. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. TJ Orr, Aaron Clark, Don Slater.
I wish I could be that brief. Hi, folks. This is TJ Orr. Just going to bring to you the letter I sent earlier in April. We're homeowners and residents adjacent to the village. We operate a small, previously permitted vacation rental unit out of spare facilities in our 1958 home, which is single-family residence. We were very surprised and disappointed to hear the Planning Commission's recent decision to refer a plan to the council which excludes vacation rentals in our area and at our address, one house away. I understand we have a spotless record of vacation rental and citizens of San Clemente over the years. We've hosted dozens of families from around the world and have been very good, excellent ambassadors for offerings of the city and surrounding communities. Our guests tell us that they seek out quaint beach city vibe lodgings such as ours, as opposed to impersonal commercial hotel chains. While we enjoy being hosts, please understand we also are engaged in this as a vacation rental out of necessity for retirement income. We've attended council and commission hearings over the months now on this topic. What's alarming and unjustified, I believe, is the conversation and proposals have shifted from registration and enforcement options. Remember the 11 police calls, 9 of which to one address back in February, as discussed. Now it's pertaining to a few poorly managed properties, and now it's moved to a draconian area-wide prohibition. We and many owner-operators have done nothing to earn this treatment. Please return to a reasonable, measured approach to enforcement against negligent owner-operators. And please also, as others have said, if you're going to apply these measures to short-term vacation rentals, please consider the situation with long-term rentals in the community. We are your neighborhood watch captains, and I do, again, have lots of experience with what's going on our block with long-term rentals and police response. Thank you.
Aaron Clark, Don Slater, and Mr. Larry Ding.
Hello, Chairman, City Councilman. My name is Aaron Clark. I've written a couple letters to you and the Planning Commission. I own a short-term rental on Calle Toledo. I actually don't rent it out for short-term rental purposes. I've been renting it out to a cardiologist whose house burned down for the last 5 months. We bought the place because I have 3 boys. I live next to Santa Monica and Pacific Palisades. We've always loved this place. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. Did time at Camp Pendleton, fell in love with the place, surfed trestles. My boys naturally wanted to progress down here. I hope to live here someday full time. I can't right now. I'm a good guy. I'm not someone who's going to cause problems for my neighbors. I think where I live, there's a couple of homes around me, or at least one next door, that has caused problems. So I understand. Like when you have a place next to you that's having parties and bar mitzvahs and bachelor parties, no one wants that. I want that where I live. So let's I'm also in land use, by the way, and so I understand that there's probably some ways you can actually regulate as opposed to cutting off, the thumb to fix the thumb hangnail. And so what I would like is just, I think you passed it back in February or soon, not long ago, you passed an ordinance that actually tried to fix the problems through parking, through enforcement, through noise enforcement, through other measures. The other angle is the Coastal Commission. I heard there was a letter that was circulated from the Coastal Commission to the council. I haven't seen it. I think there's an issue here. I think that I'm told you're having an LCP process that's coming through, yet you're going to impose this ordinance in advance of your LCP coming through. To me, that's putting the cart before the horse. I do a lot of work in Santa Monica, do a lot of work in Marina del Rey. I'm very familiar with the Coastal Commission. It's harder than this body. It's not easy, but they do protect visitors serving overnight accommodations, and they, of course, are very interested in protecting access to the coast. And so, in that way, I think we ought to look at it carefully. You'll do it. A gentleman said tonight. He said, "Listen, we have a petition. We petitioned all the people. I have an anecdotal petition today from the businesses I visited, I just said, listen, I went into Icons of Surf, the place Nick's on, South on Nick's, Duke's, and I just asked them, do you know what's going on tonight at the city council? All of them, the servers, the hostesses, do you know that the city council may ban vacation rentals? How important are those to you? Icons of Surf, not that important. That's a destination spot. Duke's, the other businesses on that street right there on El Camino Dale and Del Mar, they're like, are you kidding me? That's important, I think. They're like, please, don't let that happen. So anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Don Slater, Larry Ding, Kevin Denke.
Hello, Mr. Mayor Baker and Council. I'm here tonight to discuss wisdom and unintended consequences. Wisdom is something that you gain over time and hopefully gain quickly when you need to. And wisdom is what you would be looking at this whole setup that's been going on. Unintended consequences, my house is in escrow. I'm leaving. I've had it. I'm tired of the arguing, the fighting, the bickering that goes on in this community. There's no peace here. There's no love here. This place has gone to heck. I'm done with it. I'm just leaving. Thank you for pointing this out to me so clearly. When I look at a paper and there's a line that's drawn and it goes right behind my building in the alley and 3 buildings down, I wonder what the heck was going on there. I've never had a complaint. I've worked my butt off for free for North Beach, advocating. I think I've created some wonderful things there. The art district, the dog beach. Unfortunately, I helped create the MBCA. I do regret that deeply. But that's the way it is. Unintended consequences. I'm gone now. Everything I would have ever given, everything I've done, everything that depended on my mind is gone with me, and it'll go elsewhere. And I'm never going to participate in a community again. I'm going to get in my truck, I'm going to hook up a fifth wheel trailer, and anytime I ever start to care about a place I'm at, I'm going to hook up my trailer and leave. If I see a dangerous situation, I'm going to hook up my trailer and go elsewhere, because I've learned my lesson. If you care, you get beat down. Now, I had a lot of fun doing what I was doing. I got to meet great people from all over the world. I likened it to a beautiful woman's face that I was that. Now, this beautiful woman's face had some pimples on it, okay? And instead of reaching out and popping those pimples, you grabbed a glass of acid and threw it in her face. I'm sickened by what's happened. I'm sickened about people crying up here and talking to you. The attitude of the Planning Commission, and they just really, it was disgusting listening to them talk amongst themselves. I was disgusted. Your city staff is not like you guys are. Thank God. That's all I have to say. And I'm leaving. I don't even want to hear anymore or see anymore. Okay? I'm heartbroken. Who cares?
Mr. Larry Ding, Mrs. Lynn Ding. Already spoke. Okay, Kevin Denke. Jennifer Harris.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Baker. As you know, my name's Kevin Denke. My family and I are longtime residents of the North Beach area, in particular on the street Boca de la Playa. And the reason I'm here tonight is to talk about the overlay that you're putting on Boca de la Playa and whether that really makes sense. Now, I'd like to applaud you for your efforts here, addressing an issue that I know plagues several of the community members about having rentals nearby where they are. However, taking our beautiful mouth of the beach street and the condominiums that are there and deciding that those condominiums now are going to be zoned commercial. I mean, one thing you may not understand is all of the residences to the east of 113 Boca de la Playa, where we are, from that point, one residence to the east of us, all the way to the ocean, those are all condominiums. And so even by imposing this requirement, you're not going to get any more rentals, because condominiums have CC&Rs that keep them from being able to do these short-term rentals anyway. So you haven't added, if the Coastal Commission wants you to get more rentals out of this, you're not going to do that by zoning our property in Boca de la Playa as commercial. So, what you will do is you're going to affect our property values. And if we do have more vacation rentals, then we're a residence area. My kids grow up there, just like your communities. So my kids, if we do end up having some short-term rentals there, they're going to have to deal with the parties, they're going to have to deal with the potential drug use, all those things that we expect in a residential community that we're not going to have. So just, please keep that in mind. One solution I'm thinking is that if you go over to 105 and 107, which I understand are already rented out, and those are apartment buildings, if you put the overlay from there on over around the corner, that would make some sense. We don't have a problem if those are going to continue to be short-term rentals. But to put the overlay over our property just doesn't make sense. Now, most of you tonight that are here in the council fought against a prior attempt to commercialize North Beach. And you should really consider this to be some of the same thing. If nothing else, consider this the first incremental step in pursuing a commercialization option that you fought against in North Beach before. You're going to take part of North Beach and you're going to zone it commercial. What's the next step? Is it going to be something that we don't want, like the lab? Who knows? But I just beg of you, please consider an option that would cordon off 105 and 107 and not the areas where we have condominiums. Thank you.
All right. Next, I have Jennifer Harris, who says, my current... Pardon me? Oh, you're for the Pier Bowl? This is Jennifer Harris? Yes, sir. Would you mind waiting until I'm done with all these other cards, ma'am, or do you want to speak right now? I'll leave the room if you want to speak right now.
I'm just against the ordinance number 2. I just want the line.
I'll leave the room. You come to speak. I'm going to recuse myself on this.
Hello, thank you. I am against ordinance number 2 for the Pier Bowl. I currently have a vacation rental on Avenida Monterey, and you're making the line at Victoria and going down to when it becomes Monterey Lane. So my property is in between Victoria and South La Vista, and I would just like that perimeter line to be relooked at and extend that line. I live on the property. I've never had any problems. I pay my TOT tax. I do everything that you guys have asked. Thank you.
All right, next up is D. Grover maybe, and Krista Barnes, and then Brad Dendoak. D. Grover, is that really tiny, some tiny writing here? Zoning area request? No D. Grover? O. Grover? Something? Nobody? If I didn't call your name at the end, this is your card. Okay. Christina Barnes, Brad Dendoak, and Tricia Matting.
Ready? Good evening. My name is Christina Barnes, and I have a vacation rental. I own the home. I have lived in San Clemente. I moved here 16 years ago from South America, where situations were very difficult. At the time that I purchased my home, I was, I purchased responsibly. I'm a business owner here. I raised my 2 boys here. They're great citizens. They're off in college. They're drug-free, I'm happy to say. And I now find myself in the situation that I am a single mom. I am having a hard time making ends meet. I do rent my home when I go away, especially to take care of my elderly parents, or when I'm on vacation, or just sometimes because it's peak season here and I need to. I make sure that the people that I rent to are very responsible. They are occupying my home. So, I guess wild parties, I've never had that. I actually have my neighbor here, and she's never had a complaint, never even could tell that the people were there. They're so quiet and respectful. Those are the rules that I put on to the people before I rent my home to them. It would be very devastating, and I don't live in I live in a more residential area. So I agree with the lady that said, yeah, sometimes for us, not being in the popular areas, we do have a more quiet renter. It's also good for the city because, the business, and I always have a sheet there that says, go to this business, go that. I recommend, to get the people out in the city spending money. And to be honest, while there are hotels here, there are not a lot of hotels that are of a certain level or quality that people would want to come to. So for me, it is very important to continue to be able to rent my home, not being in one of the commercial areas. But it would be very devastating. Like I said, I've lived here 16 years. This is my home. And I really do rely on this. And I don't do it all the time, but I probably rent it out less than a month a year. So it would be very devastating because it is a significant income, but it's also not a big burden on my neighbor or on the community. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Brad Denduk, Tricia Matting, Susan Nelson.
Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Beachside Vacation Rentals and our owners disagree with enacting any new ordinance that limits vacation rentals. We very much agree with the ordinance that was passed before. It's already things that we were doing in our contracts. We disagree with the SULs only in visitor serving areas, the 20% zone density cap in all allowed areas. We do not agree with that. Also, the 4-person per car parking calculation and no driveways as legal parking. This rule was originally designed, I watched it all happen, to limit parking issues, but since that is unenforceable, it morphed into this way of limiting legal occupancy. The flaw in this proposal is twofold. First, occupancy calculation per car should be based on the maximum car size, which is 8, Suburban or a minivan, not an obscure and rare car size of 4, which is really like a Mini Cooper or like a convertible you would rent in Hawaii. That means a family of 5 or 6 would need a property with 2 parking spaces, and a 2 to 3 bedroom in the Pier Bowl would be reduced to the same occupancy as a 1-bedroom. Unlike long-term rentals or permanent residents, vacation renters typically do not create parking problems unless their local friends are visiting them, since they consolidate their travel to be together and do not store their things in the garage, unlike long-term renters. Secondly, not including driveways that can legally hold a car, which is 19 by 9 feet, is discriminatory and wrong. If you are truly trying to solve parking issues, then allowing less legal parking in the calculation is illogical. Amortization of existing uses for 2 years. This should be a permanent grandfathering with existing owners, trust, and other ownerships, like many, many other cities. It is fair and right for property owners who have invested based on pre-existing rules regarding rentals and for supporting property rights. I encourage you to think as Americans and support property rights. A vote for amortization is a vote for confiscation of property rights. It is unnecessary and wrong. I also wanted to read an excerpt from one of our friends. She's been here since 1948, and they talked about, I'm just going to read an excerpt because I only have 38 seconds. I asked her a little bit about what it was like to live here in 1948. She said there were 500 people here, and these people actually own the Hobie store, and the corner there used to be the pharmacy. My brother-in-law was friends with Ole Hansen's children, Emery, Lloyd, and Doris. He has no recollection of the family ever not wanting growth in San Clemente, nor tourists not to come to town. Summer tourists were what helped local business prosper and expand, thereby attracting more people. My brother-in-law's parents had rentals across the street from the pier and advertised. They too rented for short term in the summer and longer term in the winter. Thank you very much.
Tricia Manning, Susan Nelson, and Chad Nelson.
Good evening. I have reviewed the letter you received last night from the Coastal Commission. In its letter, the Coastal Commission cites two pertinent Coastal Act sections. The first section cited, Section 30213, states lower cost visitor facilities shall be protected, encouraged, and where feasible provided. The second section cited, 30222, states the use of private lands suitable for visitors serving commercial recreational facilities designed to enhance public opportunities for coast recreation shall have priority over private financial development. The Coastal Commission also states it has generally interpreted local zoning ordinances in a broad fashion and found that STLUs be permitted by right unless such uses are specifically prohibited or otherwise restricted. The low-density residential areas west of I-5 are clearly not suitable for STLUs, STARs, or other visitor-serving facility types, as evidenced by San Clemente zoning ordinance housing element, which the Coastal Commission has already approved. Second dwelling units are prohibited in low-density areas west of I-5 and San Clemente's ban of B&Bs in residential areas west of I-5. California state law precludes cities from prohibiting second dwelling units unless the ordinance contains findings that second dwelling units may limit housing opportunities, and also contains findings that specific adverse impacts on public health, safety, and welfare that would result from allowing second dwelling units. In banning second dwelling units, San Clemente housing element states second dwelling units are not permitted in the coastal zone west of I-5, as these areas are limited by overall infrastructure capacity and are impacted by beach traffic and parking. This area, it says, this area contains many older residential units on small lots which do not meet current parking requirements. STLUs and STARs incontestably place even greater demands on this area's infrastructure, create more traffic congestion, and demand even more parking than second dwelling units. Because San Clemente has not and cannot widen the streets, add more parking or infrastructure to the low-density residential area west of I-5, this area clearly cannot accommodate STLUs STARs when it already has banned second dwelling units. As further evidence of STARs and STLUs incompatibility in this area, San Clemente bans B&Bs in the low-density residential area of west of I-5 because this area cannot accommodate B&Bs. STARs are B&Bs without a muffin. Finally, STLUs and STARs in the low-density zone west of I-5 unequivocally do not provide the affordable visitor housing required by sections 30213, as any brief review of BBRO will certify. The simple solution to the STLU STAR issue, as well as all other commercial dwelling units, is to follow San Clemente's general plan, housing element, and zoning ordinance, and ban all commercial dwelling units in low-density residential areas west of I-5, and there maintain our small-town character. Thank you.
Susan Nelson, Chad Nelson, Valerie Hirsch.
Hello. It's 9:30. I'm tired. You guys are supposed to be here. I'm not supposed to be here. We are tired of the parties. We're tired of the noise. We are tired of people coming over at 10:30 at night, banging on our doors, asking us where to keep the key next door. We're tired of people speeding down our street. I'm at a planning commission meeting, and several of my neighbors text me and tell me that the guy that's staying at the VRBO just went speeding down the street. And the next day when I go up the street, we have 22 children on our street. And all the parents and the kids are out in the street. And I go up there and they got the cones out. Everyone knows. No one speeds Center Street. It's a narrow street anyway. And as they are telling me this is happening, lo and behold, here he comes. They don't belong here. This is ridiculous. We're tired of the whole thing. The petition, it was a piece of cake. My whole street, everybody that was home signed it. They're done. They're sick of it. They don't want it here. It doesn't belong here. And the thought of not including kids under the age of 12. First of all, try to run that by the airlines, right? But when the Suburban pulls up with the 2 parents and the 6 kids that get out, and it's got the Arizona plate, and they've been in the car for 7 hours, and they tell them, run around the house 6 times. You ever heard kids run quietly? No, they don't. It's done. And the amortization, I get it, but I don't get it. Because the general plan says single-family homes. That's it. We've been already dealing with this for years, and I think I have to continue to put up with this for 2 more years. Really? It should be whatever they're booked out to, and then it's done, end of the year, we're done. We're done with this whole thing. We got over 700 signatures. These people don't want it. The people next to it don't want it. We have a friend on the street, and has issues. And so when she gets sick, she hits the clicker on her car, and the alarm goes off. All the neighbors know when the alarm goes off, she has trouble. And so the neighbors go over there, and they had to end up taking her to the hospital. If it was just the vacation people, they wouldn't have known and would have been a different circumstance. Neighborhoods are about neighbors. Thank you.
Chad, I have a card from Chad Nelson, who says does not wish to speak but opposed STLU and RL opposed 2-year amortization. Valerie Hirsch and Jim Laurent.
Okay, my name is Valerie Hirsch, and I've been here a number of times speaking with you guys before. I come tonight in support of the ordinances before you, and I recognize the amount of time and effort that has gone into creating the current ordinances that are proposed. I've been at many of the Planning Commission meetings, I've been at these meetings, and I know you guys, everyone has put in a lot of time and effort. It has not been something that has been kind of sprung on the community. I think for those of us who have been involved for quite some time, it's been in the papers, we've heard about it, read about it, so some people haven't. I don't know, maybe they're out-of-towners, but it's been happening. In connection with the petition, I was asked, do you want to hand out a petition and find some signatures? So I had really good intentions. I had that in my car and was intending to get signatures as I went about my daily life and met with people in San Clemente. Unfortunately, I never really had the petition with me at the same time I was talking to people, but overwhelmingly everyone wanted to sign it. I just unfortunately hardly had it with me. So I want to say, yes, 700 signatures were obtained. Many, many more could have been. Overwhelmingly, the residents in San Clemente that live in residential neighborhoods do not want STLUs in their neighborhoods. I was even shocked. I've been to all these meetings. I didn't even realize how many people were siding with us because they never come. They're not the people making money. So they're not the people that are here. The people who are making money and are going to lose out on making a lot of money are the people that are here. Unfortunately, I just don't understand the rationale where I have to subsidize people who want to earn money through a residential neighborhood. Someone mentioned, it was a great quote, sometimes we want to have peace and quiet. That's all we want. We just sometimes want to have peace and quiet when we go home after work, after the kids have been at school all day, and we can't have that when we're living next to these VRBOs. Thank you.
Jim Laurent, Elsie Como, and Cameron James.
Council members, Mayor, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. Like Valerie, I wish I would have seen what she was going to say, because she pretty much stole all my thunder, but I'm going to say it again. Your planning commission, I went to pretty much every planning commission meeting. I've been to almost every council meeting that's spoken on this issue, and I've definitely had my 15 minutes of fame up here. These are neighborhoods, there's a zoning, there's a general plan, and somewhere along the line we lost that idea with finances being what it was with the city, and people realizing the investment of their properties and how much they can make renting short-term. I think the people that are against these short-term vacation rentals, as myself and others that have spoken, would like to point out is we're not preventing people from renting their properties out. They can rent out a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months at a time. Just the sheer numbers of people coming in on a weekly basis or a 3-day basis is the main problem with this whole idea of it can work. Long-term renters can be held accountable for bad actions because they're there long-term. Short-term renters cannot. And if we're ever going to entertain a short-term vacation rentals in neighborhoods that are traditionally set up for single families, then you need to get a lot more enforcement. You need to support the sheriff's department and get them people. You need to support the code and compliance department, because I can tell you, as being next to one of the most egregious properties, and if you remember, I was here about 1.5 years ago with my wife, just us two, asking for help, because we'd talked to the finance department, we talked to the city manager, we talked to a couple council members, we talked to code compliance, and guess what? I still have the property next door to me. In fact, the city even issued a lawsuit against this property. It's still there. I'm still calling the property management company. Very thankful that they're fairly responsive. Still doesn't make a difference as far as my impact on my family. If I call at 11:30 because people are coming in late at night, the sheriff's department, it's a non-emergency call. I totally understand that. They get out there 40 minutes later. I'm awake. Maybe they went to bed next door. Maybe they didn't. That's the problem. These are businesses in residential neighborhoods. Property rights. Where are my property rights to peaceful enjoyment of my property? Because they're lost every time someone moves in next door for 3 days, 5 days. My property rights are taken away. My wife's property rights are taken away. My kid's trying to study during the week. We've got screaming kids in the pool all day long. This week is no exception. It's not middle of summer when my kids are out of school. We're in school, I'm going to work. So I just ask that you guys pass this ordinance. Thank you for the time. City staff as well as Planning Commission, you guys have done a great job, and you have done a thorough job. Thanks.
Elise, then Cameron James, and then Renee, maybe Valdemar?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for giving me the time here. My name is Elise Como. I live in Laguna Niguel, but I can say that I'm a resident of San Clemente because I work as a maintenance, housekeeping, and guest services manager for a beachside vacation rental. And I have to tell you that I have the pleasure to take care of the house of many owners, and I take pride of taking care of their homes. We provide a lot of jobs for vendors in San Clemente, and I'm the guest service manager, meaning that I meet all the guests, I talk to them, we screen them very well. I was fortunate enough that Beachside Vacation Rental gave me this opportunity to work for them. I'm the breadwinner in my family, and I send my kids to college because of Beachside Vacation Rental. Never have a problem. Good opportunity for people to come to San Clemente to spend money. I spend money in San Clemente, and I enjoy meeting the guests, meeting those owners, and I'm proud to say that I work for Beachside Vacation Rental because I take care of their property. Our property are well maintained. You can see that we take pride, and next door it's a long-time renter and it's falling apart. So what's the difference? Please, I'm urging the council not to pass any new ordinance rules. It will negatively impact vacation rental and my way to earn a living, sorry about that, and to send my kids to college. Thank you.
Cameron James and Does somebody have one more card? Renee Veldemon, maybe? No. Okay.
In December of 2014, I began searching for a Southern California beach property to purchase as a short-term rental. In performing due diligence, I reviewed the city's general plan, adopted in 2014, the city's website regarding its TOT regulations. I spoke with several downtown area vacation rental property owners and a property management company. My research indicated short-term rental market in San Clemente was stable and consistently enjoyed high occupancy rates. Based on this, I purchased a 1926 Ole Hansen duplex on the 100 block of Avenida Miramar last year in May. It's 3 blocks north of Del Mar, half a block west of El Camino Real, 3 lots west of the Old City Plaza. Across the street is a parking lot. I'm being specific because it begs the question, did the Planning Commission map the location of vacation rentals prior to making this zoning decision restricting so many of them? Have you? The Coastal Commission has previously ruled that short-term vacation rentals enable greater access to the coast and should be allowed because they are a viable low-cost alternative and a means of fulfilling the Coastal Mission's request. The LCP LUP dated 12/15 that was sent to you from the Planning Commission included 2 sections specific to vacation rentals. The city may conditionally allow renting of residential properties as vacation rentals within residentially zoned areas when conditioned to avoid negative impacts to the established residential neighborhood. Also, it provided protection of overnight accommodation stock to discourage reduction in total stock of overnight accommodations, and this included 350 vacation rentals. Just last month, the City Council stripped language that included those protections for vacation rental properties. You stated that the Coastal Commission views vacation rentals as residential use, while hotels are commercial use. So which is it? Are we vacation rentals businesses or are we residences? The next day, the city passed Ordinance 1617. Why then, after spending 5 years developing its land use plan, is the Planning Commission recommending zoning that eliminates all but 68 vacation rentals? In less than 6 months, there's been a complete 180 on short-term rentals. Parking and noise restrictions are not limited to, should not be limited to vacation rentals. They are capricious and discriminatory. I urge you to give the existing ordinance a chance to work before taking such drastic measures. I'm not going to apologize for being wealthy or for investing in this city. I'm not going to apologize for paying taxes, hiring your residents to maintain and work on my property, and I resent being vilified for doing that.
Ma'am,
Jeff Boston.
I have a question for that last speaker. Ma'am, did you say you live at that residence?
I live in Olevenheim.
Jeff Boston.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Just wanted to take us back to the beginning of all this, to remember that this all started with 5 to 6 problem properties. 90% of the people that are operating these VRBOs are doing so without complaints. And now and the council took this up with the idea of having fair regulations for everybody working towards the same thing, common sense regulations. And now we're at, okay, let's eliminate 84% of the VRBOs operating in San Clemente without even giving the ordinances that you passed back in February a chance to see if they're working. If there's a problem property, the rules you guys put in place is going to eliminate that property. All of these people that you're hearing, they have properties that are operating well in the communities, and the ones that aren't are going to eliminate themselves. So I just encourage you to let those rules that you put in place, give them a chance to take effect, and let's see what we've actually got. The other part is, how many do we have left after the new STLU applications? I think it eliminated quite a few of them. So I think that's going to bring the 512 number down quite a bit right there. So the ones that have legally operated should be governed by Civil Code Section 17.72, legal nonconforming use. That's what it's there for. So it should be grandfathered in indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more cards, Joanne? That's it on the cards? Mr. Eggleston, you're up. And then Donna Bonanno.
Good evening. You certainly have received a lot of comments tonight, haven't you, and a lot of suggestions. I'm speaking as a private resident of San Clemente this evening. Nothing is more important than preserving the integrity, the character, and the safety of our residential neighborhoods with vacation rentals and sober living homes. Nothing is more important. We can talk about big developments all day, but nothing is more important than maintaining our residential neighborhoods. And I'm talking about all of our residential neighborhoods, whether they're R1 or medium density or high density. Someone said before this was a code enforcement issue. It's a land use and a zoning issue, first and foremost. Why should the Sheriff's Department, why should code enforcement, and why should the city babysit vacation rentals? We should not. It is a land use and zoning issue, and if we all do our work correctly tonight, we can eliminate a lot of the code enforcement issues. I agree that, in fact, it should be in visitor serving areas, but let's not overwhelm these areas. So when you're considering the 20%, when you're considering the 90 days versus 365 days, let us take those into considerations, because these areas have parking problems. They're high-density areas. So let's take these things into consideration and use the current percentage as a baseline and go from there. Stars. Stars are not going to work, folks. They're just not going to work. We have a housing shortage in San Clemente. I have a condo for rent right now, and I'm getting a lot of calls for 6 months and 9 months. So for those people who say that they can only, that 90 days is too short of a period of time, there's a need for 6 months and 90 days. There are Marine Corps officers in town. These are people from San Onofre. Please consider that. The Coastal Commission, thankfully, we don't have a local coastal plan at this point. Thankfully, we don't, because if we did, we'd be under their thumb for this right now. And just to they use the Coastal Act says the following: the use of private land suitable for visitor serving commercial recreational facilities designed to enhance public opportunities for coastal recreation should have priority over private residential. We're talking here about private residential. That's what we're talking about this evening. And the Coastal Act does not include vacation rentals, and neither does either of the revised regulations in the Coastal Commission. They define the types of accommodations here as campgrounds, low-cost hotels and motels, RV parks, that type of thing, but they do not take into account vacation rentals. So don't be bullied by the California Coastal Commission. Thank you.
Any more cards, Joanne? Oh, yeah, Mrs. Bonanno.
Hi, everybody.
You don't look like Donna Bonanno.
Well, I get worn out. I did preach it. I was just snookered into coming up here. I just want to tell you that I live at 117 Boca de la Playa. We have 10 people, 10 units, only one place has 6 units, I have 2 units. All the neighbors have 2 units, and it's each one of those units, it's their home. I talked to one of my neighbors, and he said, well, he didn't like it because his unit he said, I don't want him in my garage, I don't want him looking at my stuff, and the other thing is, I don't want him sleeping in my bed. So, I just want to say, every one of our neighbors on Boca de la Playa are opposed to the commercial zoning. You have I have numerous emails as wanting that. I had something else to say, but I forgot it already. Oh, well.
We got the idea, Mr. Bonanno.
Age doesn't work too good.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, we'll close the public hearing, and we're going to take about 5 here. All right, folks, we are going to reconvene the meeting now. Okay, we've had public comment on this. I've got a bunch of questions for staff right here, so I think I will start, and then if there's something that I miss, you guys chime in at the when we're done. Okay. These are the questions that got Adam and Cecilia. So we'll just start here. The number of permits allowed are going to be.
There's no set limit on the number of permits because there's no limit.
Talk about how we're going to determine that number.
Okay. Well, so the number of permits is going to be determined by the density in the residential zone where they're allowed, and it's not unlimited.
The density of
the STLUs in the residential portions of the visitor serving areas. There's no limit in the mixed use areas though, and that's critical. So in the mixed use areas, there's as many as the market will bear.
But how are we going to determine who's allowed to operate and who's not?
Well, in the residential areas, it's really going to be a first come first serve kind of basis. Right now, there's a little bit less than 20% in the North Beach residential areas, and there's about 12.5% in the Pier Bowl. So if we go with the 20%, then we don't have more than that density existing now.
So we're okay. All right. Somebody mentioned about they live in Forster Ranch and they want to do a VRBO in Forster Ranch. It's my understanding that most of the homeowners association in San Clemente, which cover a great majority of the houses in San Clemente, don't allow vacation rentals by owner.
That's accurate.
And is that accurate for Forster Ranch?
It is. It's also not being proposed as an area where STLUs are allowed.
Very good. Okay. Somebody spoke about spot zoning and whether or not this is spot zoning. I guess I'll ask the city attorney to weigh in on that, please.
Yeah, spot zoning is when a really small piece of property is given an adverse zoning designation that makes no sense in relation to its neighbors. And so I don't, the basis, whether the council accepts the basis and the lines that are drawn in the recommendations before you is up to you. But we think that given the deliberations of the Planning Commission and the staff analysis before you, there's a rational explanation for those recommendations, and they don't single any property out on an indiscriminate basis.
Okay. Talk about parking for STLUs now. What spaces are counted as parking spaces?
So right now we're looking at legal parking spaces as what's counted. So there's a lot of properties where people do park in front of the garage. We're not saying you can't park there. We're just saying that that doesn't count as legal parking. So a house with a two-car garage has 2 parking spaces, and that's how we look at new development. That's how we look at existing uses, and that's how we're going to continue to look at these uses as well. If they can park 2 in the garage and 2 in the driveway, they can park 4 cars there, but the occupancy is still going to limit them to as many as can fit in 2 cars.
And that's consistent with the way we count parking spaces in other
Absolutely.
areas. Okay.
So hold on right now. So there's 2 garage spots and there's 2 street spots. Help me understand that again. Walk me through that.
There's 2 garage spots and 2 in the driveway.
Right.
We're not saying you can't park in the driveway. We're just saying that technically by the code, that unit would only have 2 legal parking spaces, those being in the garage. Based on that parking, they would be allowed 8 people, 4 per parking space.
So the carport doesn't count as parking?
A carport can if it's legal, but the driveway typically does not count as a legal parking space. So they're not going to get credit for occupancy for a parking space that we would not count towards any new development.
Okay. There was some discussion that this fell outside the normal public process. Mr. City Manager, would you speak about that for a second?
We advertised it as we were legally responsible to do, and we sent out notices to those people that had permits. We weren't required to send out notices to them. We were only required to do a publication, but we did both.
Were there some courtesy notices mailed out that were not required to? Did I hear that also?
Yes.
Okay. Talk about a little bit about visitor serving and how we pick visitor serving areas in town, and what is the definition of a visitor serving area?
This was a concept that the Planning Commission and staff worked to develop. What this is a reversion back to the general plan as the basis for, the foundation for future development in the city. This general plan we refer to as the recently adopted Centennial General Plan in 2014. In that general plan, there were areas of the city identified as focus areas, and there was discussion about what that focus area included, what that meant. There were a couple of these focus areas where the general plan specifically talks about providing visitor serving amenities, and those focus areas, the idea was to increase the visitor serving nature of them, at the same time preserving existing established neighborhoods. Those focus areas are drawn on maps in the general plan. The lines that we're proposing for the areas where STLUs are allowed generally follow those focus areas, with the exception of the North Beach additional lots that I mentioned earlier.
Okay, talk a little bit about children 12 and under counting.
So there aren't very many cities that I found that do this, but Palm Springs is an example where they will create an exception for younger children to not count towards occupancy requirements. Since staff is also proposing an occupancy limit based on parking, and since children will still take a seat in a car, we think it's going to be conflicting if we try to include this, an exception for children to not count in the occupancy requirements. It's also something that none of our neighbor cities that allow STLUs, like Dana Point, Carlsbad, Encinitas, none of those cities allow this exception.
Okay. Somebody spoke about litigation, how we're opening up for litigation here. Maybe a city attorney, you could weigh in on that for us.
As a city attorney, the one thing I've learned is I can't predict who's going to sue over what reason, and so with that caveat, we have worked closely with staff. The part that we've paid the most attention to is the part relating to the segue between existing uses and what's prescribed in the ordinances before you. And the most important thing is to vent off and recognize that the city needs to respect existing contracts or existing rental agreements. The amortization period is intended to ensure that happens. The other possibility is that someone's made an investment that they haven't yet recouped, and that investment-backed expectation was made on reliance of a prior code that now you're changing. The amortization clause also has a provision in it to allow for relief from the onerous provisions of that might apply to that non-recovered capital investment. So that's written in there. The most important thing to us was having this apply in an even-handed way to residential uses, whether the occupants of a home were disabled or not under the Americans with Disabilities Act and state and federal fair housing laws. Addiction and addiction recovery is a disability, and so we have been very careful, as the council instructed us, to bring back an ordinance that applies on a neutral basis to all occupants of a home when it's used for short-term rentals, and this does in fact provide equal access regardless of the status or the disability of the inhabitant.
Okay. There was also some discussion about a letter we received from the Coastal Commission, and I see Mr. Petrus is prepared to speak about that.
Yeah, there was a couple of questions about whether the ordinance complies with the Coastal Act. And one thing that no one really mentioned is that each city is charged with developing a LCP for their own jurisdiction. In other words, our community as a whole knows best how to preserve and regulate our coastal zone, and we're charged with doing that. Now, we do pay attention to the regulations of the Coastal Act, which the letter includes. But one thing I've learned as a planner for 30 years and going through multiple processes is, in the end, I think the community does know the best on what fits our community, our needs. And in this case, we're balancing both the visitor serving areas and identifying those as the places to allow STLUs with our community needs of our residents and protecting our housing stock and the quality of life of the community. So I think that we're in position to make a really strong argument to the Coastal Commission that we are in fact meeting those requirements.
Well, Jim, while you're up here, I've got the letter in front of me, and I thought I understood it, and I'm very concerned that it came in at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I'm very concerned about that. But it says, this city action will require approval from the Coastal Commission. So I thought that wasn't the case based on what staff had said earlier today. So anything that's decided tonight that affects potential visitor serving inventory is subject to approval by the Coastal Commission? Is that what that means?
Well, the Coastal Commission is reviewing our land use plan, our coastal land use plan. And within that, if you recall, we did take out a policy that related to this.
Forget that, just even if we weren't doing that.
If we weren't doing anything at all, then they wouldn't have anything to say, because they wouldn't have anything to amend. We have to update our LUP, so with that process, they will have the ability to comment on that particular issue. We have the ability to decide on what we're going to do with it. They'll come back with a suggested modification, and the City Council will ultimately act on whether we want to take that suggested modification or do something different from what they suggest.
Okay. Because I guess, okay, it says, currently the city doesn't have a certified local coastal program, therefore the city action will require approval from the Coastal Commission. And then it expresses concern about reduced inventory, and then it goes on to say, we need utilization studies, engaging how various forms of vacation rentals operate and demand projections for overnight visitor accommodations, to evaluate whether the current supply is adequate to meet future needs. And then the footnote here, Commission certified the LUP for the City of San Clemente in 1988, amended it in 1995. And all language pertaining to STLU suggested by the Commission staff was struck out of the final LUP dated February 2nd. So my point is, I'll go back to my original point, which was to get this at 3 o'clock today is very inconvenient because staff certainly couldn't even pick up the phone and make a phone call to find out. This is in contradiction to what was in the staff report, and so I'm asking you how we should think about it.
What do I think about it?
How we should think about it.
I think that
would we be best served in continuing a vote until you have a chance to clarify with the Coastal?
I think that we ought to do what we think is right for the community, and then we will have the opportunity to bring whatever the City Council decides to the Coastal Commission and argue our case in front of them.
Well, what happened in Encinitas was they went to the Coastal Commission, and the Coastal Commission was very upset with their approach, and everything on the other side of the freeway ended up being where all the vacation rental by owners could be. And so that was an unintended consequence in there. So I want to get it right with the Coastal Commission, so I'll just come back to that a little
Okay,
later.
but just so you know, that what the process is with the Coastal Commission is that we submit an LUP, which we have in March. It takes them, about 3 or 4 months to respond. They'll come back with suggested modifications. They'll know about what we decide here as part of that process, and they'll come back with a suggested modification on what we decide. And then we'll have a chance to react to that.
Well, and then I guess my last question, okay, because it sounded like it was probably you, but someone on staff had a conversation with Coastal Commission in February.
I did.
And it was you? Okay, and you got kind of a positive sense of the direction?
Yeah, I think that the Coastal Commission letter didn't have any input from our staff at all.
So where did it come from? When you say they're going to know what we're doing tonight, are they watching us?
It was based on a number of public comments that were sent directly to them.
Oh, okay.
From people that had concerns about the ordinance.
Okay.
So I think they're reacting to those concerns directly. They didn't have any discussion with staff, or actually really, I think, understand the issue, to tell you the truth.
Okay. Let's talk about, for a second, about the overlay of the condos in North Beach across from the casino there. Where did that come from, and what's the right thing to do down there with some additional information? And the additional information I got tonight was that a lot of those places are condominiums where VRBOs are already banned via their homeowners associations. So
yes, and that might be the case. What those properties were, this was due to public comment generally from residents in that area that were surprised that their property was not included in the North Beach focus area because of their close proximity to the Ole Hansen Beach Club. One of the neighbors said that their property basically looks straight at knuckleheads. And so staff went back and analyzed this particular stretch, and there were some real solid reasons why we felt that these properties made more sense if they were included with the focus area. And those reasons specifically were there's an architectural overlay there, which part of the point of the architectural overlay is to increase the pedestrian-oriented nature of a particular area. They were right across the street from visitor-serving amenities. There is a geographic separation between those properties and the rest of the residential area behind them due to a severe slope where they're just not connected to the residential neighborhood behind them. And for those reasons, staff was really comfortable with including these properties in the North Beach area. There's not very many situations in the city that are like this. In fact, this is about as unique as you can get. And so this seemed to be like one little carve out that we were comfortable with.
Adam, can you go to this map on the slideshow for us and then show us where the original line ended, and obviously the map will portray where the line ends currently?
Yeah, my PowerPoint. The PowerPoint, regular one.
it's attachment 7 in the staff report.
Oh, this is going backwards. There we are. All right.
So can you outline?
So the middle, yeah, so the middle.
You can use the pointer or something. Yeah, there you go. Got a screen closer to the other side as well. That'll be easier to look at.
Yeah, maybe I'm like that. If I can point.
Perfect.
We're talking about these.
Adam, try and get it. Does that thing work there?
I can't seem to get this.
There it is.
There you go.
Or is that?
Oh, that's not me. Yeah.
Just an interruption here. We've got to get this electronic stuff fixed, because when you're watching these meetings at home and somebody points to something in here, you have no idea what they're talking about. And we need that thing that Laura's got next to her. That was a wonderful idea a couple of years ago, but it's fallen into disuse. Nobody uses it, and we got to do something about this. This presentation with not being able to point at things is not satisfactory. So thank you.
Okay, so the properties that we're looking at are these. Thank you. The properties that we're talking about in the North Beach area to add are these properties specifically.
That entire row was added?
This entire row, yes. The
Got it.
focus area only includes these 6 residential high residential lots.
So where is that the condos begin and the apartments end? I was going to ask Kevin or some of these folks here. There's a departure point where the condominiums begin and the CCNRs kick in. Is it where you get that change in the shading there?
It sounded like 109 was the address that, from 109 west was where it needs to begin.
Okay.
Adam, we can see in the staff report where the shading is different.
Yeah,
Is
the shading is different. These darker shaded lots are residential high, and then these lots more towards the ocean are residential medium.
From listening to public comment, I wrote down here in my notes, it sounds like if we went from 109 up to 117 and excluded those lots, then we would be doing what's requested by the residents.
Well, I asked somebody to check those numbers for us. So those, can we pull that up on the GIS or the, because if we're going to change these numbers, then we've got to.
Chris, you're right. Yeah, thank you. 109 west.
Can we get the GIS up so that we can see house numbers here and
You know,
zoning?
do we have GIS? Yeah, you know, I'm trying to.
109 to 107 Playa de la Playa. Playa de la Playa. If you
Or well, would somebody go in on a computer back there and look at the GIS and see where the zoning changes, please? Okay, my final question talks about parking and noise regulations. For some reason, somebody thinks those parking and noise regulations are limited to short-term lodging units, and other properties in the city are not governed by those. Would you, well, maybe the city attorney will speak about that.
If it's okay, like, I think Adam was prepared to speak to what parking applies in other zones without this overlay. Would that be okay, Mayor?
I'm not talking about the overlay. I'm talking about, we're not talking about this North Beach zone anymore. We're not talking about that overlay. We're talking about everywhere.
Just what parking rules apply?
Well, somebody thinks that parking and noise regulations only apply to short-term lodging units, when in fact that's not accurate. There are plenty of parking and noise regulations for everybody.
Yes, and I believe that they were specifically referring to some of the ordinances that we updated, amended in February.
Right.
Those applied to all properties. So the noise requirements, unruly gatherings, those kinds of ordinance standards applied to everywhere. Parking, we're not regulating this use differently in terms of what parking they're required to have. What we're trying to do is limit occupancy, but that's something that we do with many kinds of uses. Different types of businesses have different types of parking requirements. So this is not out of the ordinary with how we regulate parking for uses.
Well, Mayor, if I could just elaborate, a traditional residential home like mine or yours has no limitation on parking or occupancy for that matter. The building codes allow scores of people to live in one house, and the city, except for red curbing, doesn't regulate how much of that spills out onto the street. So I think that was the point that was trying to be made. What's different here, though, is that the expectation is that with transient occupancy, with people coming and going, there is a need to look at how many people are in the house, and as a corollary, how much of the parking is spilling out onto city streets. And so, as Adam indicated, it's the nature of the commercial use that was thought to be more akin to commercial uses and parking that applies to them, as opposed to traditional single-family residential uses that don't restrict parking.
Are you telling me, Scott, that somebody can build a large home with no garage in it?
No, there's still a minimum parking requirement for a single dwelling unit. Typically, it's 2 parking spaces. Yeah.
Yeah.
However, you can fill that house with as many people as...
Who are parked all the way down the street.
Yes.
Yeah.
But when you want to use it for a short-term lodging unit, we're going to regulate how many people can be in
Thank
that.
you.
That's the point, yeah.
All right, that ends my questions. Did I miss any questions for anybody here? Did I miss any? Kathy? All right, well then we'll some discussion. Anybody want to start?
Question. I know that it was covered, but one of the questions was why Calafia wasn't included. I know it wasn't particularly designated, but the characteristics of Calafia mirror very closely the Pier Bowl area, or at least, I'm sorry, the Montalvo Loop, right? So it's right there. It's extremely similar to what the Pier Bowl is, and so why is it that wasn't included, or at least considered as part of the recommendation to be included?
Well, it's not around a visitor-serving focus area.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the North Beach lots were in really close proximity to an area that the general plan identified as visitor-serving. The proximity to the state beach, it makes a lot of sense. You know, in a way, that whole loop is geographically isolated. It lacks the architectural overlay that the North Beach lots have, but you know, to some extent, it does share similarities with the North Beach lots that we're adding. Unfortunately, it's nowhere close to an area that's identified as visitor serving, and so it wasn't even considered.
Because I would say the state park would be considered a visitor serving amenity, or even trestles for that matter. I mean, it's within a walking distance. It's both of those areas tend to have visitors that come and attend. I just don't know. I know that perhaps the criteria applied in those areas was antiquated, but I'm just wondering.
Well, part of this is that we looked at the general plan and what was easily identified as a visitor serving area. That doesn't mean that there are not potentially other visitor serving areas. And at council's direction, you know, we could definitely look at adding that loop to allow this use. You know, that's not something that's out of the realm of possibility. You know, the way we specified these specific lots was we identified them by lot number and just put it as a footnote under the use tables. A very similar thing could be done there if council feels that that's a adequate visitor serving area as well. It just didn't have the same kind of attributes that the North Beach lots had, and so it wasn't considered.
And when you say visitor serving, it would mean that there's the Ole Hanson Beach Club is there, the casino is there, and that would be considered to be visitor serving. There's an amenity there. There's really no grocery stores that I can think of within walking distance or anything that, I mean, 7-Eleven maybe, right? Is that a grocery store? I love it for my super big gulps. I know I top up there, but I mean, that's, you know. Yeah, I know. Okay, so I'm just, you know, I'm curious about that, because you could say the North Beach is just as close to 7-Eleven as Calafia is to the Jack in Box or the 7-Eleven or Pedro's across the freeway. I mean, you think about the proximity to some of the North Beach areas to that, if you look at the focus area?
I'm comfortable keeping our discussion to the focus areas that have been recommended by staff.
Okay, well, I'm just asking the question. The second item that I wanted to ask about was when we looked at the use, so there was a lot of concern about 512 going down to 68, which is a pretty dramatic reduction. Mm-hmm. And I think at one point I asked for staff to look at what the reporting was on those 512 units in terms of how busy they are because it's, it's an enormous number of license pulled, but how active are those homes? Do you have that number, or do you have any of those, the numbers associated with the revenue on those?
We don't have those numbers.
Okay.
From finance, it's been determined that the way that was, the record keeping was done was not done in a way conducive to easily identify that information.
Okay. I'm sorry. These are just a few of the questions that I had. Okay, that was it.
Who wants to start?
I guess I'll start.
Go ahead.
So I'm comfortable with moving forward with staff's first recommendation, which is the first ordinance introduction on our agenda here. I think staff did a fantastic job. I applaud them. I think that we've all been down a very long road for the past 4 months dealing with this issue, and I think we've come to a good place. I am comfortable with amending North Beach to start at end at 109. I see what one of you brought up were the density changes. Unfortunately for me, my concern there is the first half of that is all vacant lots currently, so that doesn't really equate to any opportunities, and that's why I think 109 is what we've been requested here from multiple residents, and I think that's a good place to start and stop. So minus that small change, I'm comfortable moving forward.
Well, I want to hear I want to hear what the research shows as to what we found on our.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pull up the GIS. Just give me 2 seconds
Marvelous.
to do so. Why isn't this mouse working? What's wrong with this mouse?
Who can tell me what the acronym GIS stands for? Very good. Geographic Information System. All right. That's for all you. Yeah, you get a pack of Milk Duds for a.
Who gave me the Milk Duds? I'm just curious. Somebody gave me a half a box of Milk Duds. And my dentist, I love these, but my dentist would probably be mad at me if I started eating them because I don't know who they came from. So, oh, it was Lady with the Dog? Oh, okay. Well, that was so sweet, and I don't know what to do with them.
There we go. Okay. Did I go too far north? Yeah. South? Okay. So 109 is right here. Then you've got 111, 113, 115, 117, and this one parcel right here doesn't have an address because it's currently going through a renovation, so it'll be pulling building permits and an address will be assigned. And the last in unit is 121, and there's 6 units that are located on that property.
It actually looks like it coincides with the high density transition.
Why wouldn't you take it all the way down?
No, everybody from 109 west gets it, or it's not included.
They're in an association
So I'm comfortable making a motion. that-
And what is 107?
Apartments.
That's 6 units that exist on the 107 address.
Okay.
So if there's no more discussion, should I make a motion, or?
Okay, well, I'm fully in support of number 1 here in the ordinance also. I want to thank everybody for putting all their time and energy into this. So we knew at the start we're not going to make 65,000 people happy with this, and we haven't, but I think we've made a good effort to do our best and do what we think is the best. We've taken the best course of action that I think we can take. So I'm fully in support of staff's recommendation for number 1, along with changing that from 109 down to there at 121.
I'll go next then. I have a little different take on this, which is I'd like to ask for more time. So on the plus side, I think that the ordinance in front of us has traveled a great distance, and it recognizes the fact that we're in the 21st century in a sharing economy, and it preserves workforce housing. The general plan, that's kind of the cornerstone of the general plan, which is people want to work where they live, and so this stops erosion from long-term rental to short-term rental. On the minus side, I worry about the property rights. I worry about the impacts to a lot of citizens. I really worry about the loss of the $450,000 of TOT annually. The city manager at the beginning of this meeting explained we can get 2 full-time public safety officers with that kind of money, and for a city of our size, it is a lot of money. And the reality of being a quality of life city is we need business to fuel the things we enjoy. In a related vein, I'm a huge believer in enforcement. There were a handful of people that spoke about let's let the rules have a chance to do what they were supposed to do. We've only had them in place since February. I wonder if the TOT, let's give Brent what he needs in terms of additional staff and really make those rules work hard over the summer. Because I think the common sense rules that were put in place make a lot of sense. So that's that. And then people that know me know I have my 3 rules of principles. 1 is it fair and equitable? 2, is there a community benefit? And 3, what will it feel like in 20 years? And the 20 years one I'm less worried about because this is a reversible decision if it turns out a mistake was made. Where I'm stuck is on the fair and equitable. And so I guess what I'd like to do is take more time to study the zoning because I really support the permit process. I support the definitions that staff came up with. I'm interested in the idea of STLU density limits. I totally support the parking limits. I am a big fan of the common sense rules, but the zoning I don't think is there yet. You brought up Riviera, Calafia, I was going to bring that up as an area that might be interesting. This card has been, I don't know who this is from, but on the back of their card, they're saying, I'm in the 300 block of Monterey, and rezoning cuts off on my street. So here's a person that, well, the line didn't get drawn in her favor. And so I'd like the zoning is a big deal. So I'd kind of like to road test the rules this summer and go back to the drawing board, giving staff enough time to talk to the Coastal Commission and find out what their intentions are. Because it would be dreadful to have gone through all this work and have what happened in Encinitas, which is the outcome is everybody on the other side of the freeway is going to get all the STLUs. And my understanding of how that went down is it was almost a coastal mandate. So, so I'd like more time. Everything that we've talked about tonight, I think, has a lot of potential, except I think the zoning is not there yet. So that would be a different recommendation.
So I haven't really weighed much in on this ordinance, as the last time I spoke about it was when we were discussing the potentially putting the moratorium into place. You know, I think we have an ordinance that I think staff has done a good job with this, and I'm going to support passing this ordinance as it is. I would like to look at perhaps a single change to it, and that is that one of the things when we first deliberated on this is I felt as if, you know, we have the stars that we're going to be putting into place, which had an owner occupancy requirement because it allowed for more responsible use. It allowed for somebody on site to manage the property. My feeling is still that seasonal STLUs, meaning the ones that do it 3 months out of the year, would have very much the same profile in our communities, meaning they're a part of the community, they're integrated in the community 9 months out of the year, and that they should have the flexibility to be able to engage in short-term rentals for a limited period of time during the summer months when it's in the high season. It may answer some of the concerns regarding Coastal Commission and the limitations, and it also, frankly, is a property, you know, something that each property owner can decide to engage in or not. And would be subject to the 20% density limits and all the other items. But, you know, that was something that I liked initially when we started talking about this, and it got discarded in that process. I'd like for us to consider that. Another thing is whatever we pass tonight, and like I said, I'm supportive of the ordinance with that change, is I think we ought to have a 2-year, we ought to revisit this in 2 years. We're going to have to maybe revisit it even depending on discussions with the Coastal Commission. But at the end of 2 years, we're going to have a lot more intelligence about how all of our restrictions, all of our noise and parking ordinance and enforcement is taking place during that time. And we'll also be able to find from the communities that were affected how those are operating within those environments now. And we may learn a lot at the end of that 2 years. And we should be able to revisit this ordinance at this point and look and see. For example, I had staff pull up this map. This is a map that shows the vacation rental analysis about the location of all the vacation rentals in town. And you'll notice that the two heavy concentration areas are the Pier Bowl and down by Calafia. And I don't think it has anything to do with the amenities around those areas, the T-zone and other items. I think what it has to do is the beach in those areas. That's why North Beach doesn't have a heavy concentration like Calafia does, is because the beach there wouldn't be considered to be as nice or even proximate to the state park. And so I'm not asking that we include that tonight because, frankly, you're going to have a 2-year amortization period during that time. But I do think at some point, maybe in a year and a half, when we're looking at that 2-year deadline, we ought to maybe take this up, ask staff for analysis, and say, okay, have we had any problems with this going forward? Is it still challenging some of these neighborhoods? Do we have responsible owners in the Montalvo Loop? Do we want to include another focus area that perhaps is more visitor serving and tourist serving, but just maybe not in the framework that we were envisioning the original general plan? All I'm saying is I don't think we ought to pull out a stone tablet and chisel out exactly what everything should be tonight. I think we've set some good rules, ordinances that address many of the community concerns, and we light a fuse so that in 18 months, we come back, we sit down, and we say how to go. We've got 6 months left until the amortization period ends. Do we need to change this at all? Do we need to include other areas? Are there, is there a way that we can look at this map differently so that Calafia or some of these other areas can be included, or responsible owners could, or maybe it's a complete disaster and we need to even ramp up the restrictions even more. So I'm saying is we're operating with the best available information, to Bob's point. I think we'll have even better information in another year and a half, and then we can really fine-tune this into an ordinance that will stand. And at that point, we'll also know a little bit more about the hardships and provide staff direction of what hardship would look like, who would get extensions. So like I said, I'm supportive of the ordinance as it is. I would like to see it so that our normal residents could elect for seasonal STLUs in the neighborhoods and be allowed for that permitting process. I don't think I'll get that. But at the very least, I'd like to see us direct staff in passing this ordinance that 18 months from now, 6 months prior to the amortization period terminating, that we take up this and we ask for a report on how it's gone and how we can improve it.
Tim, you bring up some good points. I think the only thing that I would say to that is I would ask that it be a report in the report section of the agenda and not actually an agenda item. And so that way we can just see how it's going. And if at that time we decide as a council we want to agendize it, we have the ability to do so. But if it's going smoothly and where the report comes back that it's going smoothly, then I'm comfortable with it going through.
Yeah, I don't want to keep ripping off the Band-Aid every time. But the problem is the public has to weigh in on the issue. And so I'm not saying that it's automatically make the agenda, but we should direct staff to come back to this and say, we've learned a lot more and we want to talk about it with you. And maybe the public should participate in that process. And this may all be off the fall anyway. Maybe coastal commissions come back and want to negotiate with us anyway. But I'm just saying is that we are doing the best we can with what we have. We may have a lot more at that point that we could work with.
But, and to your point, Tim, people can turn in speaker cards on report items. So they will have the opportunity to speak on it as a report item. I don't want, like you said, use the term rip the Band-Aid off and do this all over again in 18 months. I'm comfortable with getting a report on how it's going. And if we decide as a council, then we need to take the item up because we have an overwhelming number of residents that have issue with it, then we can do it at that point. But to agendize it for future issue, I'm not comfortable doing.
We do that all the time with ordinances. That
and it really doesn't matter, Chris. It doesn't matter. It's what section of the agenda it shows up in doesn't really matter. I mean, I think it's a wonderful idea. And I'm going to support bringing a report back. I think it's a wonderful idea. My question is 18 months the right number, though? And I want to ask city manager if that's
I think 18 months is a good number.
Okay.
We'll still have the amortization period to play out, and we'll see where we're at then.
So 18 months would put us in what, January or December of 2017? Am I right?
Yeah.
December. There's plenty of time for the seasons coming up, and we could, start. Because what happens at the end of that 6 months, right? That would be June, is that seasonal rentals, STUs. That's a very important time. And so if we need to make decisions, we should revisit that in a November, December, January timeframe, and either validate what we have and say it's working great, or say we need to make a tweak here and there and we'll move forward.
Well, I'm going to support the ordinance as staff has proposed. I have some concerns about stars that we're kind of adding more rentals to the area, so I would ask staff to be really careful with that and make sure that all the rules are followed, 300 feet separation. The owner is definitely there. I mean, we have to be very careful on that. One thing we learned tonight that I didn't realize is that even a condominium of two separate units could have an association. So we need to really be careful with that when we're looking at whether someone has to sign that they're in an association. So that's something important for all areas. I'm not going to be supportive of changing to where we're going to allow single-family rentals in single-family residential areas to rent for the 3-month summer period. I think there's enough market for those people to rent for 30 days. That's legal, but I'm not going to support short-term. We've had lots of discussion in the last couple months of why that's not appropriate, and they're not in the visitor-serving areas. So I'm going to support it as staff has recommended.
If there's no more discussion, I'll make a motion. Okay. Move that we introduce ordinance number 1622 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, improving zoning amendment 15-426 to amend municipal code Title 17 zoning to establish regulations related to short-term lodging units and other transitory lodging uses, and amend Chapter 3.24, Articles 1 and 3 regarding short-term lodging units, with the exception of the changes we made in the North Beach STLU allowed areas going from 109 west to 121 being not included in that focus area. And then we bring it back in 18 months to have a staff give a report on the item.
There was also a request to remove the 5-day minimum rental length.
Yes, that's included in staff's recommendation to remove the 5-day rental length. That's my motion.
So we're doing these approvals one by one, I think, because we need to recuse on subsequent items.
Wait a minute, there's two, and the 90-day part, is that also?
That was not included in staff's recommendation.
Not included, okay. Thank you, all right.
It's a motion.
Motion by Ham,
Second.
second by Ward. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye. Okay.
Doncheck opposed.
And I'd also like to direct staff to have a conversation with Coastal Commission before the second reading. Is that a fair request? Because that's the crux of my concern, to get that letter 2 hours before our meeting without a full understanding of what role they have in the zoning.
All right, now we're going to vote on number 2, and I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion.
Okay, does anyone want to start off? We don't have to open the public hearing for this,
No.
right?
Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay.
If there's no discussion, I'll move that we introduce ordinance number 1623, entitled Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, approving specific plan amendment 16-072 to amend the Pier Bowl specific plan to establish regulations related to short-term lodging units and other transitory lodging uses.
Motion by Ham, second by Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-4, Doncheck opposed.
3-1-1.
Baker recused.
This one's not going to go smooth, Lori. Sorry. Yeah. I got some concerns. Cecilia, or someone from staff, can you step up to talk about specialty hospital zones? Okay.
Can we get the backup now?
Yeah, yeah. So I'm going to make a slight modification to staff's recommendation on the specialty hospital zones, and this pertains to sober living homes and what we've done on the commercial side of that. We've incorporated a lot of the commercial side of sober living businesses in the hospital zone on the north end of town, and it's my hope this evening that we can take this zone and make it congruent with what we did last month and incorporate just the zone surrounding the hospital. I believe it's CC4. And I've already talked to staff. They said they're comfortable with this happening as well. And so if there's no discussion on it, then I'd like to make that motion.
No, you're going to have to say that again for me.
Okay. So essentially what we're talking about here is the specialty hospital zone, right? And the specialty hospital zone encompasses all of El Camino Real, essentially, in town. And what we did, I think it was last month, where we zoned the commercial side of the sober living business into the hospital zone on the north end of town and isolated that area specifically. And so I would just like this to be in concurrence with exactly what we did last month and move this zone to that area. So it all plays into itself very nicely in a hospital zone, which we have located on the north end of town.
I think that supports the hospital zone also. So is staff
Adam,
recommending that that's possible?
Adam, give me your take on what Councilmember Ham just spoke about.
Well, our thoughts on this were that the specialty hospital use was not, is a standalone inpatient treatment facility, and that it's not necessary that it be directly tied to a regional medical facility zone. It makes sense why we would put it next to the hospital. It definitely incentivizes the role of the hospital in that location. What we did was we basically identified where the city used to allow hospital everywhere, and placed it there. Staff is fine with Councilmember Ham's suggestion. There's no minimum area we need for specialty hospitals to exist. The reasoning makes sense, and if that's the council's direction, staff would be fine with that.
So,
all right, sure.
Was that
Can we have him show us?
Yeah, was that CC4? Is that what the hospital zone is? Okay, so I'm going to move that we introduce ordinance number 1624, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, approving zoning amendment 15-426 to amend Municipal Code Title 17 zoning to establish regulations related to transitory lodging uses in specialty hospitals, with the amendment that will be now located in the CC4 zone directly adjacent to our hospital zone in the north end of San Clemente.
Motion by Ham, second by Doncheck. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Hey, Laura, these are some of these people didn't speak, so. Folks, if you could, please, we've got some more business to attend to here, so please save your conversations for later or outside. Thank you.
Next item is a report from the Assistant City Manager concerning the possibility of adding a measure to the general municipal election ballot of November 8, 2016, concerning the possibility of increasing the maximum transient occupancy tax rate to 13% and revising the municipal code definition of hotel.
I'll be very brief. In the 2016 long-term financial plan, we did a critical paper or critical issue paper on TOT analysis. Council directed us to come back with beginning the process of putting a ballot measure to increase our TOT from 10%, where it currently is, to 13%. So tonight before you in the staff report, you'll see the first step to taking that step to putting it on the ballot. There'll be another step or two steps. I'll look at the city attorney for drafting the pros and the cons and the actual arguments. However, this is the first step necessary to engage in that, and it's written with the 13% increase, again, going from 10 to 13. So with that, I'll refrain from any more presentation and stand ready to answer any questions or take public comments.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Mr. Sun about this? No? I got a question for the city manager. How did this come up? How did this idea come up, James?
Came up out of the budget discussions in the LTFP.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Well, I got one person who would like to speak about this. Mr. Beaver, please.
Jim, are we doing another personal attack, or are you going to speak to the issue? Because I know you're not in favor of personal attacks. So just check.
Mr. Mayor, is this the public comment section or the public official interrupts the public section?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Councilman Ham, you're out of order. Be quiet. You're out of order. You don't have the floor.
Jim, please, speak. Jim.
I'm going to speak, and you're going to listen and not interrupt.
Thank you.
As you interrupted before when I attempted to make the discussion that some people here may lack empathy for those who struggle in our community because they don't have a $5 million retirement budget. And that might be their motivation for struggling and scraping and attempting to have a vacation rental to supplement or be their entire retirement package. Now, this is dealing with campaigns, which this is addressing. My business, as you probably know, is I manage a company that produces millions of campaign. Yeah, it's on it, the subject, Bob. Cool your ears. It's about campaigning. Putting it on the ballot, correct? Correct, okay. Stop the smiling. So that's my business, and that's what we do. And over the course of many years, many municipalities have different laws on how to campaign for things, including the city of San Diego. And I mention that because the city of San Diego has very particular reporting requirements for vendors, and they must list their sub-vendors. Well, I was unaware of this particular law in San Diego, and so I was contacted by the city of San Diego and told that I was in violation of their ordinance. And lo and behold, I got hit with a fine. I wrote a check for that. And what does this have to do with the city of San Clemente, the story that I'm telling you right now? Is it city business? Does it pertain to anything? Nope, not at all. And yet, during my public comments, I see a legal document that Councilman Hand flashes on the board, on the screen there, to attack me. Now, two things wrong with this. I'm discussing ethics with the city, with Kathy Ward using city staff to conduct political activity. And the retort by it is, Councilman, this is not an agendized item. He had no reason or basis to inject that into the public comment. Did anybody vote for Councilman Ham to speak during public comments and to bring up a legal matter from another county with a resident? Nope. So, City Attorney, you'll be looking into this and giving, now, this had nothing, of course, to do with city business. So again, that's another step of engaging the city staff. You're out of order, Councilman Ham. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. You're out of order.
I've had enough of you, Jim, honestly.
You're out of order. You know what?
Are you afraid to answer my question, Jim? You ask public
Hey,
questions.
you extend my time, I'll answer any question you want.
What does that have to do with STLUs?
Because, do I have time to respond, Mr. Mayor?
Time on the clock.
Well, I'm not going to yield my time to answer questions. If you want to ask me afterwards, fine.
For a minute, please?
Well,
I don't.
well, great. City Attorney, no, this is not an agendized item to flash a lawsuit against a resident and to besmirch him during public comments. So that wasn't agendized, correct? Correct. So this is
Mr. Beaver, this is your time to comment.
Sure.
To the extent that you're interrupted, you get that time.
Okay.
But it's not Q&A.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, fine, it wasn't agendized, so that's a Brown Act violation, as well as a city ethics by having the staff engage in campaigning at city time. So you can smirk. It's politics is not what you can do, it's what you can get away with, and you can't get away with this.
City Attorney, I do have a question for the City Attorney. What is the council's right to free speech during these meetings?
The council has the right to make brief comments in response to public comments.
Thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Wait, no, sorry, we have one more card from Mr. Dendell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Adding additional cost in a shaky economy to all accommodations, including hotels, is burdensome on travelers and will hurt business. It will be the highest TOT for any beach city in Orange and San Diego counties. This will discourage travel to our city and hurt local businesses because people will have or perceive to have less money to spend on their trip. This is backed up from a macroeconomic perspective. With an increase in taxes, but with only flat and possible decrease in real demand for the product, which is overnight stays in San Clemente, aggregate demand will decrease and consumption goes down. If part of this money was used to increase demand, then it would compensate for a decrease in aggregate demand. This is not speculation, but economic fact. The tax increase will reduce bookings, which will likewise only decrease reservations in San Clemente, which brings less people to San Clemente. This does not just affect vacation rentals, but also hotels and other businesses that benefit from overnight in this town. I have heard a council member say a decrease in TOT income does not really hurt the city that much because most of the income to the city comes from property taxes. That may be the case for the city government, but the people who run businesses and live here don't make their money that way. And as public servants, that should be your first concern. So my question is, why should there be an increase? Does the money you already obtained not cover staff expenses for management of TOT and code enforcement of hotels and vacation rentals? If the purpose is economic, we have not seen a budget to justify the request. Has there been an economic impact report done to what this would do to the local economy? I would ask you to do an analysis. I don't know why there's another 3%. Other cities, actually, when they do an increase of some type, 1 or 2%, it goes directly to tourism. Other cities that are out there, that little bit of an increase outside of 10%, which is common, goes directly to tourism. But I know that's not part of the general plan, so that's not going to happen. So I would ask why you would justify adding 3%, when economic fact is this economic fact that if you add additional expense, you will decrease aggregate demand. If you want to bring that back up again, then fine, add the 13%, but add it back to demand, creating demand, advertising San Clemente. I don't see a justification for it. It hurts the city. I think you have enough money to do your job in when it comes to that. And if you don't, I'd like to see those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion on the item?
Yeah, I have a question. Why we selected 13%, and then I just saw in here that, you know, you've got Los Angeles, Santa Monica, and San Francisco that are 14%, and then you have City of San Diego at 12.5%. I imagine that some of these figures could be old. Maybe they haven't updated in a while. So I just want to know what the justification is for 13%, and if there's, generally speaking, with the experiences on increase of TOT, does it have an effect on, you know, occupancy rates in the city, just from your experience in Long Beach or in or other cities that you've seen, Eric?
So first, to answer your question, why 13%? So when we came to the City Council in the long-term financial plan, we provided an analysis, and there was 2 points that we raised. One was it hasn't been since 1991 that the TOT was raised to 10%. So obviously, from 1991 to date, we've seen an increase in costs, whatever those costs may be, whether it's public safety, as James spoke to tonight, fire costs, costs for construction, et cetera. So that was one factor that was taken into consideration. The other one was we did a survey of tourism-based cities and looked at that average, which came out to about 10.6%. So it kind of reflected there was a little bit of room for San Clemente to grow on their TOT. There was discussions with the council at the long-term financial plan about 13%, 14%, and so forth. Both myself and the city manager felt that 3% increase was a moderate increase, not a significantly big increase to the base. I know the city manager has had some opportunities to talk to some different hotel developers that I'll let him kind of expand upon in terms of that TOT rate increase and how it factors into business.
I have talked to 2 hotel developers recently that are in the business of developing hotels around the country, and they've indicated that TOT does not play a part in tourism as far as when people are making a decision, should I go to Santa Barbara or go to San Clemente? Is it 10% in Santa Barbara or 13% in San Clemente? That's not going to make a difference in where they choose to go. They're going to go to that destination. They're going to choose their room rate or whatever they're looking at as that base price, but they're not going to look at that small TOT portion to make up their mind where they're going to stay.
And the actual language for the ballot will come to us at a different point?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Is it your intent that you're going to work off that whereas that talks about where the TOT is a general tax that helps us fund essential services, or are you going to get jazzy with us and say you want to collect it for landscaping?
No, because of the fact that it's not, we're going to be general in that respect, because if we start earmarking specific revenue increases for specific services, that changes the dynamic of how it goes to the voters in terms of requiring a supermajority, as indicated in the LTFP. So it'll be basically just a boost to our revenues, which then every budget year the council has the discretion in allocating those revenues for services, staffing, et cetera.
Oh, so the ballot measure wouldn't even talk with this level of specificity then?
Most likely not.
Okay.
May I just make one suggestion? I would think it would be appropriate to add a whereas the TOT tax rate has not been increased since 1991, and that type of thing. So it's important that the voters know that, you know, we've had a 25-year gap since the last time we've even revisited this tax, and I think most could appreciate that.
And I actually, Eric, want to thank you for this, because this, having been to this rodeo, TOT, we've never gotten our arms around as a city. It's been sloppy in terms of inconsistent collection, inconsistent record keeping. So thanks for bringing us to a good place with this.
Thank you.
On all levels, not just this.
One typo that needs corrected on 9A-4 there in section 2. Second sentence there, must pay a general tax in the amount of this, our report says 16%, and it should really say 13. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. That was my typo.
See where I am, Eric?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I make a motion? I'll go ahead and make a motion. We follow staff recommendation, declare council's intent to add a measure to the general municipal election ballot of November 8th, 2016, that would amend Chapter 3.24 of the San Clemente Municipal Code to increase the TOT to 13% and update the municipal code's definition of hotel. Number 2, direct the city clerk to include the subject measure in the resolutions necessary to call the general municipal election of November 8th, 2016.
Motion by Ward, second by Ham. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Oral Communications Part 2. I have a card. It's here, though.
Oh, Council Pay, Anthony Lafrano would like to speak. You going to speak, Mr. Lafrano?
I just take you guys all the knuckleheads and we'll get a beer?
That's where I'll be after this.
Because that was rough. That was brutal. That was brutal. I've been meaning to say this, but I think we need to gross up the pay that you guys get. No, I really do. I mean, it's $400. You guys are at the lowest, the lowest range in Orange County. I know Mr. Brown has daughters. The 8 years that he's doing here, he could at least paid for 2 educations. So I'm being very serious here. As a matter of fact, I come to these meetings, I watch you guys, I watch it on TV. You guys, it's 11 o'clock at night. I work East Coast hours. I'm up in very soon, but you guys work long hours. You only get paid $400 a month. So what do we need to do I need to do to gross up the wages here on City Council? We can grandfather you guys out. We can grandfather you out, but I think that going forward, you're underpaid.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I think, speaking for myself, but I think for my colleagues, public service is something you do because you believe in it. And for example, any income I get, I pass on to charities because it's $400 a month. But, you know, so if it went up to $450, you know, but thank you for the gesture of appreciation.
I just been watching the process with this, and you guys deserve to be paid more. But thanks again. I think you voted properly, and have a good evening.
You know, to Mr. Lafrano's point, though, I have zero interest in increasing my pay, but I think that maybe we ought to put a fuse in 10 years or 5 years or something when none of us are going to be on council, and nobody we put is ever, you know, that we're ever going to be associated with those on council, that they have to revisit this or forced to. Because at some point, you know, it's going to get a little silly, maybe in another decade or two, you know.
Although a couple cities in Orange County have, they've withdrawn, they don't do it. They don't get paid anything. Because, yeah, and they went to 0, yeah.
Listen,
so.
As much as the point of rather than get paid $420 a month, I'm not going to 0.
Well, the 400 pays the gas to get around.
Right. I think it actually costs me right now to be on council.
Is this on the?
Sure it does. Okay, let's go.
We shouldn't discuss it just
Yeah.
briefly.
Thank you.
That's just my sentiment. I'm completely fine, but I'm just wondering.
Okay. City Manager. City Attorney.
No, I'm all done, thanks.
First item under council members is an item that was agendized by Councilmember Ham. It's possibility of directing staff to draft a revision to the code of the City of San Clemente relative to regulations relating to temporary fencing.
So, just real quick here, to let you guys know what I'm thinking with this. In my eyes, there's two types of fencing. There's permanent and there's temporary. And I feel like we've let temporary fencing move into the more permanent fencing situation, and they've done that. And an example would be the Arco off of Palisada right here, where they've had temporary fencing now for 15 years. And so, in just some brief discussion with staff, apparently there's other ways to do it that create more permanent and more aesthetically pleasing fencing. And so if everybody's comfortable with it, I'd like to agendize it for future discussion at some point. Obviously not a rush, but at some point.
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Okay. Before we move off this topic, I have two other issues real quickly that I want to discuss. The first one is the artificial reef that Edison is in charge of maintaining outside of our coastline here. And they are not complete with the initial construction phase of that. And I just want to make sure, in light of some recent reports that have come out from different agencies, I want staff to take a look at that and just report back to us what's going on with that. Are there indeed more reefs to be built? Have they fulfilled their requirements? Things of that nature.
We can ask Edison to come and tell us that.
Well,
I mean,
that's kind of asking the kid who stole the
No.
cookie out of the cookie jar. Hey, did you steal that cookie?
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Okay.
No,
That's
it
fine with
isn't.
me. We can ask Edison. The third one is, I'm hoping that we could bend Lori's ear a little bit and talk about the Ortega expansion that San Juan has so diligently turned away the monies for recently, and hope that we can agendize an item to discuss getting some of those county funds to help offset our traffic impacts that San Juan's now so braggadocious about.
That's such a wonderful point, because immediately when I heard about that, the thing I thought is that Mission Viejo and San Clemente have to pick up the slack now
Exactly.
on our impact on our roadways. And so, we ought to take a position on this, one way or the other, about what we think about that. We're basically they're forcing the traffic that should be going down the Ortega into our town.
We can I'm comfortable taking a position on the funds. I'm not comfortable telling San Juan Capistrano what's right for their town and
No,
what's
I don't
wrong
say
for their
San Juan
town
Capistrano.
No,
on
that's what
Ortega
Tim
Highway.
I'm saying, when they voted down the funds to the Ortega,
Let me give you a different twist on this. At the Mobility Task Force in June, La Pata Extension and the traffic impacts is our topic. And so we'll be covering all aspects of it, from signage to, it's as big as they've just renewed their waste management contract, and those garbage trucks are going to want to get to the dump from San Diego, probably through our town, signage and whatnot. That money that is in question, the way, without boring everybody to death, the way the buckets of money work at OCTA, it would not, unless we were going to widen La Pata. It's capital money. It's not wear and tear money. So it's under a certain project category, and it gets turned back to OCTA, and then all cities bid on the bucket of money.
So we couldn't bid for our HOV lane extension, that bucket? Use it?
On the freeway?
Yes, on the
Oh,
freeway.
no, okay, third of the, why are we talking about the freeway now? I thought we were talking about La Pata.
I'm just saying we get the
No,
money
I thought
to use for
OCTA. I heard
traffic.
OCTA funds.
Yeah, OCTA, a third of the money goes to local, a third of the money goes to the freeway, and a third of the money goes to mass transit. He's talking about money that's in a local bucket. You're talking about money that's in freeway buckets.
But that's my point, is that there's going to be traffic impacts because of their refusal to do
Yeah,
it.
so it'll be at the Mobility Task Force in June, and we'll come back around to it. That state highway and what they've done or didn't do with their money is county. It's not like, oh, we can have it.
Okay.
And I'm happy to talk to you offline.
Could we get official, well, I've emailed you twice now and you haven't responded, so can we get an official response from OCTA saying we can't get the funding?
I'm telling you, I'm the chair of
Well,
OCTA.
I've asked you twice,
I'm
and this
telling
is
you.
the first time you're telling me, so.
You want me to put it in writing?
That would be fantastic.
Why?
So I know officially that we can't get that money, because to me,
This is just like closing the train station. Do you
county,
really?
if it's county mobility, how are you not understanding that if it's county mobility and you don't do an expansion project in Ortega that impacts us and our residents directly, and it's money that we paid in as taxpayers into the, I don't care what bucket it's in, we paid into that bucket. I don't understand how you can just wipe it away.
I'll connect you with a staff person at OCTA. and you can
Mayor,
That would be fantastic.
walk through that.
without being on the agenda, we probably ought to bring this back as a separate discussion.
I do think it's worth a conversation when we talk about La Plata, because that's going to be coming up
We're
in
going to be
August.
doing that in mobility task force.
Well, are we going to report back to the council?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And in fact, I'm going to report out on yesterday's meeting, too.
That's it? No, that's it.
Mayor, before we move off that, we just wanted clarification on Mr. Ham's item number 1. Did we want staff to bring back proposed enactments relating to fencing, or just the concept?
I think whatever staff's comfortable doing, if they go out and find there's no other options out there, then they can just come back and say there's no other options. If they come back and go, oh, we found out that every city around you has a permanent fencing, then bring that back for us to adopt, if that's comfortable with everybody. Thanks. Yeah.
Is that okay, James? Is that enough? Okay. Kathy, you got something?
Oh, I'm next on the agenda, I think. Okay. I agendized the van pool program because as we move into June, there's going to be realignments, not in San Clemente, but in other parts of the county bus system. But in October, San Clemente is going to start experiencing, or will experience, reduced service. This is a program available through OCTA, and I shared it with the San Clemente High School principal at our mobility task force yesterday. It's also being shared with Saddleback. It's being shared with Family Assistance Ministries for people that might be most inconvenienced by the loss of the bus. So what this is, if anyone is interested in doing this, it's go to octa.net van pool. And if you could go to the next slide, here's kind of the nuts and bolts. It's a van. There's 2 sizes. They can accommodate 5 to 15 people. They're most currently used for longer hauls, people that have a 35-mile commute to work. The riders lease through OCTA-approved providers, and the driver has to be 25. The driver can rotate around, so if the 5 of us, we're going to be in a van pool. The average cost per rider per month is $125, which if you are doing 20 trips a month, Monday through Friday, that's a pretty sweet deal. And as I mentioned, those are for longer hauls. For our purposes in San Clemente, they probably wouldn't be that much. The key is you have to have a common destination, you have to have similar hours, and you have to demonstrate 50% occupancy rate. But for example, we know when we lose bus service, there are a lot of kids from the high school that live in Campana Canasta over by the fire station there. They may be able to organize and get an adult to bring them back and forth from the school. OCTA, our tax dollars, offset $400 per month per van. So I wanted to share that if a group comes forward to you that either shares a common workplace that they used to get to by bus or school applications. But this is here, and it's a really successful program. Not up here. The people that have van pools, the average life of the van pool is 7 years. So it's a very effective
So they
program.
provide a dedicated van resource to
Yeah.
the group? And for how much do they charge then? It was $125 per person that uses it?
Yeah, yeah. And so I'm like, well, so what happens to the van on the weekend? It
Yeah.
could park at your house, it could park at your house.
And the gas is on the gas is on the passengers.
Yeah,
They all
right,
gas it
right,
up and they just take
right.
turn driving it to work?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a wonderful, wonderful program, and it's been growing in use. And what I find attractive about it is it's a right-sized vehicle, you know, for our town, as opposed to having seating for 120.
Who insures it?
OCTA. Yeah.
So the drivers don't have to have like special amount of insurance? You know, in order to be a driver, do you have to carry like a certain amount? Or is that going too far into it?
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that detail, but I do know if you read the description, OCTA pays the insurance. So. And then I had one other thing. The Mobility Task Force met last night, and there were 2 topics that I wanted to share out. One is going to come to the City Council. One is the I-5 project update. And we had Sergeant Greg Sullivan on behalf of Captain Fonseca there. Caltrans and the California CHIPS have put 2 additional officers on the construction corridor. And for those of you that are listening that are still awake, they are each writing 100 citations a month. They are out there, and the most common infractions are speeding, following too close, or unsafe lane changes. So they are out there. You may not think they're out there because when they pull someone over, they can't actually do it on the shoulder because there is no shoulder, so they have to take them off. So I just wanted to give the heads up there, and please encourage the community to drive safely. And then finally, the Principal Carter has done a genius thing of putting together a traffic master plan for his campus, and he'll be unveiling it in August. And it may be appropriate to either have the students share it at council, but he's really working cooperatively with the city to get the congestion around the high school under control. And I think that would be it. And yes.
So my phone ran out of juice, but there's two things coming up. The ACCOC Infrastructure Committee, of which I'm the chair, is having their final tour for this. There were 4 infrastructure tours. There was a managed lanes tour this past month. In May, it's the Port of Los Angeles that they're going to tour. And so if you'd like to sign up for that as a member of ACCOC, apparently the ports are very cool tours, little boats and stuff they go out on there. Recommend that. And then they go back to a reception center that's going to be at the Great Wolf Lodge that night for the ACCOC. You don't have to go to that, but I think the port tours is a very unique thing. We learn a little about infrastructure, about a lot of the shipping, and particularly with the trains that come through our town, and maybe show how it all kind of works together. So I can get details to the council on that if you'd like to attend, or anybody in the public. It's open to invitations and staff or anybody who'd like to attend. Second item is there's a CEP meeting coming up with the consent-based siting. I will provide some more details at the next meeting on that, but there's been a lot of progress made on that, and Texas just opened a facility for temporary interim storage. And so there's still legislation that needs to happen, a lot of things that need to happen, but potentially there is incremental steps that we can make towards relocation of that waste. And so I'm hopeful that that will come together.
Pam? Yeah, the hospital slide, please, Laura. Okay, last Friday, your entire city council, except for Councilmember Ham, who was out saving lives at the time, working. You were making $1 million that day, weren't you? Or was it? Okay. Went up to Orange County Emergency Medical Services and spoke in front of the committee with all of these San Clemente residents who made the journey up to Santa Ana at 9 a.m. on a Friday morning. Quite a journey. A lot of terrific speakers. I think the committee was moved that so many people came and so many people spoke, and you could tell everyone's heart was in it because it's an important asset in the community. So I want to thank everybody that's been a part of this, trying to keep the hospital open or trying to encourage Memorial Care to sell it to some providers that are really interested in coming to San Clemente. So still working on that aspect, but I want to thank everybody that participated in that, especially the City Council. I also had some fun last week. We had a couple other things to do. Park. Bonita Park, quite a ceremony down there at the Boys and Girls Club. Really terrific. The kids were ecstatic. The Boys and Girls Club did a tremendous job of keeping them out of there. I was stunned, but just keep scrolling through there. There's the, in honor of Max Berg, who was the first one down the slide at Max Berg Park when we replaced those slides. I was the first one down the board there, but I want to dedicate that to Max Berg, and these kids are having a great time there. Anyway, that was a terrific ceremony, and a lot of fun will be had on that play equipment for many years to come. Okay. Now the council member, Mayor Pro Tem Ward, and I were at the Orange County Sheriff's Department Medal of Valor ceremony, and quite an event. I don't know, maybe 30 medals were handed out. You remember, Kathy, what the number was? And two of our, there's our two deputies that were awarded. Dave, refresh me on the names.
Hamchuck and, came down working overtime that day. It was anyway, Hamchuck and, I don't want to get it wrong.
Got it? Got it in there, Kathy?
looking for it.
Is it Eddie?
No.
There's too many officers that save lives in here. There was a lot of people. No, I only found Hamchuck.
Yeah, Gary Hamchuck was one of them.
Gary Hamchuck. I can't find it.
All right. Sorry about that. But anyway, terrific ceremony, well attended by every city in Orange County with the Sheriff's Department in it. It was an honor to honor all the folks that got medals up there, because it's a great cross-section of the Orange County Sheriff's Department. And a round of applause, Chief Moody, for a great job to all the officers. Keep up the good work. Thank you. One other thing that I had some fun with last week, the Boy Scouts came to visit from Vista Del Mar. I just wanted to share a couple of questions I got asked. We're right here in this room. The Boy Scouts want to know how old I am. They wanted to know how do you create laws. They got to see a good portion of that tonight. Do you swim, or do you go to the beach, and do you surf? And how long have you been mayor? And do you host fundraisers? I should have asked them about that one. I didn't have. Anyway, a lot of fun. Enjoyed having the Boy Scouts here from Vista Del Mar.
Move that we adjourn to an adjourned regular council meeting to be held on May 17, 2016. The council chamber is located at 100 Avenue, Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed session items will be considered at 4:30 p.m. The proposed fiscal year 2017 city budget will be presented at 5:30 p.m. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. The subsequent adjourned regular meeting will be held on May 21st, 2016. The council chamber is located at 100 Avenue, Presidio, San Clemente, California, at 4 p.m. for the purpose of conducting a workshop and public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 17 city budget.
And that was Rich Reyes and Deputy Hamchuck. And I'll second that. Motion by Ham, second by Baker. All in favor? Any opposed? Passes unanimously.